Yes, we have quorum. I'm calling this meeting to order. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our 7th meeting with the License and Standards Committee meeting, and also a warm welcome to members of the public and those watching live online or on television. As usual, I would like to remind everyone that you can find the agenda for today's meeting and follow the meeting in real time at www.toronto.ca/council. Any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? None declare. Motions to confirm the minutes of June the 25th and September the 16th, 2015. The September 16 meeting was a special meeting. I need a motion to. Councilor Marlowe? Yes. All those in favor? Against? Carried. Thank you, Councilor Marlowe.
I vote against it.
Yes. Now, members of council, we have 6 items, and I'll go through the agenda briefly. And I will call those items where we have public speakers, and the list of public speakers is in the green sheet. Item 1, we don't have any speakers, and the motion is to receive this item for information. And this item has been also with all the standing committees of council and the executive. So I will move that the recommendations be received for information. All those in favor? Against? Carried. Thank you. Item 2, we have a number of speakers, 17 speakers, so that item is being held. Item number 3. Item number 3, that's LS7, infection control training and certification of personal service setting workers. The item is being held by Councillor Glenn Deveramaker. The next item is LS 7.4, Toronto Police Services Board, response to request for task force. And we don't have speakers on this item. And the disposition suggested on this one is to receive this item for information.
Sure, but I don't mind doing that.
I guess it would be a point of order. How does this get onto our agenda?
That originally went to the Toronto Police Services Task Force and the committee. And that communication came forward from Councillor Thompson. By then he was a member of the Toronto Police Services.
I get that, but how's that reflected in our mandate?
Somehow it's related to the level of service provided to senior citizens in terms of trades and skills, mainly in the renovations aspect.
Can we get an explanation from staff on how this belongs to this committee at all?
Absolutely, and on this, I will call the Executive Director of Municipal License and Standards, Ms. Cook.
Unless we're licensing those that abuse seniors, I'm not sure how it gets here.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Good morning, committee. This request from Councillor Thompson actually did make reference to municipal licensing and standards as well, as we are engaged in the licensing of building contractors, renovators, and others.
I understand. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Great, so there was a direction from City Council as well, so that's why this item ended up here at the committee. So the recommendations is to receive for information. Can I have a motion to receive the item? Councilor Mamoliti? Yes. All those in favor? Against? Carry. Thank you.
Chairman.
Next item, LS 7.5, the process of dealing with non-compliant stairwells. We have deputant, so this item is going to be held. The next item is number 6, expanded fireworks vendor permits to include Labor Day celebrations. We don't have speakers. And the disposition of this item is to refer the item to the Executive Director of Municipal License Standards for consideration and appropriate action. And Councilor DiGiorgio
Recommendation, Mr. Chairman.
is moving the recommendations before us with a referral to the Executive Director of Municipal License and Standards to come back with a report on it.
So are you asking for staff report?
And that's for January 22nd, 2016.
To come
So
forward.
all those,
The report's coming.
all those in favor? Against? Carry. Done. Great, so the items now that we have, yes, please.
I have an added item that I wish to get approval from committee on. The clerk has it. It's with you. I just want to confirm that you have it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I do have a few communications that will have to be introduced, and from Councilor Moliri, Councilor Glenn DiBeramaker, and also I received late last night an email from the Vice Chair, Councilor Karygiannis. And on that, if the wish of the committee is to embrace those items, I would like to remind members of the committee it's not practical and to bring items on a fly, especially if those items have to be debated, because the procedure by law is very clear. We have to give public notice to the public, and the public has every right to speak and to be heard. And that's one of the problems that landed us in court, as you may recall, during the tax review in 2014. So I'm just warning you, we can embrace these walk-on items and refer to staff so we can have an action item where deputations can take place.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, please.
my explanation to that, so the committee is aware of it, is that much has happened apparently since council's decision last meeting through staff. And I felt that in order for us to properly understand how staff have dealt with this, that some questions were in order. And it was my understanding that the only real way to do that is to ask for an added item so that we have an opportunity to ask some questions as well as what the motion reads. So that's my intent. What we choose to do with it after it's introduced, we can have that debate if you wish. But right now, it's just basically getting it on the agenda so that we understand what exactly staff have done with respect to the Uber.
Well, Councilor Moliri, on that one, that's not a point of order with what you just
No, it's a
said.
clarification based.
There is no point of clarification. You know the rules.
No, there
Councilor
wasn't a
Moliri.
point of clarification. It was clarification after you had shown some concern with respect to a quick item being put on the agenda. The
Councilor
logic-
Moliri, we cannot bring items on a fly and expect to have debates that
well,
may affect the public at large and stakeholders.
I'm still going to ask that we,
That's fine. It's up to the committee, and there is no
Yeah, I
debate
know.
on this. But your point of order does not reflect an error in procedure or breach of the rules. That's the key in
it
terms of...
isn't. Every single committee that we have accepts these kinds of motions every time we meet.
You have, as a member of the committee, members
So
of the...
it's not precedent setting. In fact, when I chaired my last committee, it was a routine every meeting that people would just bring forward these kinds of motions based on some urgency issues. So I don't know where the breach of policy comes into play, but that's not the case.
Councilor Moliri, I want to remind you, as well as Councilor Karygiannis, these items are not on the floor at the moment, have not been introduced. There is no debate on that. And once again, I want to remind everyone that late or new items that have not been received by the clerk after the agenda closing will be placed on the agenda for the next committee meeting.
Point of order.
Point of order, yes?
Chairman, I gave the clerk my motion. I made you aware of the
It
motion.
hasn't been introduced, that's the end of
And
it.
I asked that this be introduced at today's meeting. You're making a big issue out of this when a big issue doesn't exist. I just want it added on to the meeting.
I'm just warning you, Councilor Mamoliri, that the intent of what you have here is to engage on something that we cannot debate it here. If that's going to be referred to city staff, by all means, the committee has the
But we
final
can't-
say in
we
terms
can't
of...
ask questions.
Okay.
We're not, I'm not, we can ask.
We have 3 items. We have 3 items before us that need to be introduced to begin with. It's a communication from Councilor Karigiannis. We also have a communication from Councilor Mamoliri and a communication from Councilor Glenn Devermaker. We have those 3 items and that need to be introduced.
I'm sorry, where is Councilor Devermaker's?
Devermaker? Yeah. Is this one. So is before, what I'm going to ask is that these items be introduced a little bit later to give an opportunity to the clerk to distribute all these items to the members, because that's only fair, and we'll deal that at the end. Is that fair?
That's all I have.
Okay, great. Thank you. So these items cannot be introduced yet.
On a point of order, a point
Uh,
of clarification?
There is no point of clarification.
No, just
Councilor Karigiannis.
question
It has-
through you, sir, to staff. Through you
No,
to staff.
we are not dealing with that yet. Let's stick to the procedures. Thank you. Yes. No, we are going to do at the end. Yeah, just distribute to all the members. Okay, so we'll get to item number 1 of today's agenda. And we have,
Just need clarification, Mr. Chair. So what did we do? Did we introduce?
we haven't introduced these items yet, to give an opportunity to the clerk to photocopy the materials and to distribute to the members of the committee, so they will have an opportunity to read what's before us before we vote on the introduction of these walk-on items. So for the first item that was held, we have LS 7.2, prohibiting hookah water pipe use in licensed establishments. We have a presentation to be made by the Chief Medical Officer of Health, Dr. McKeown, and members of the committee and visiting members of council, and can ask questions and after the presentation. Good morning. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to speak very briefly to this important issue. So hookah smoking, we know what it is. Hookah is a device which is used to smoke a product named shisha, which can contain tobacco, sometimes does not. It's a traditional practice in a number of parts of the world and in communities in Toronto which derive from those parts of the world. Of particular concern from a public health point of view is recent increasing trend of use among young people for whom it's not a traditional practice. This is a new practice for increasing numbers of young people. And there are about 70 Toronto businesses that offer this service. The report that's before you that comes from the Board of Health and was adopted by the Board responds to a request to look at the best way to approach the health risks and to limit the health risks of hookah use in Toronto commercial establishments. It reports on consultations that my staff and I carried out with a variety of stakeholders, including business owners and patrons, cultural and health organizations, and educational institutions. It reviews and updates the information that we have on the health risks of hookah use directly, and of course secondhand smoke exposure from hookah, and reviews also what's been happening in other jurisdictions in terms of legislative efforts to address those risks. And it supports the recommendation which is before you from Municipal Licensing and Standards to prohibit to hookah use in commercially licensed establishments in Toronto. So what are the health risks that we're concerned about? And because this legislative initiative really is in order to address the health risks which we understand from the science and from the evidence for both users and those exposed to secondhand smoke are actually fairly similar to the health risk associated with exposure to tobacco smoke. Cardiac and respiratory disease, including lung cancer, are risks that arise from long-term use. There's a secondary concern, however, not just exposure to toxic substances, but also the fact that the use of a smoking device, whether it's smoking tobacco or not, in a public premise serves to facilitate and normalize smoking, particularly for young people. And as young people are increasingly taking advantage of this practice, that is a genuine concern. Data that we have from Toronto about youth use suggests that it is on the increase. In 2013, a survey of high school students found that about 10% of students had used hookah in the past year, and a substantial minority, a substantial proportion of those young people believe mistakenly that hookah use is actually relatively healthy, and certainly more healthy than smoking cigarettes. So that's something which facilitates use and needs to be addressed, at least through education and certainly through reducing exposure to hookah use. The report reviews all of the health evidence, but I wanted to draw your attention to one particular study which I think is quite pertinent to Council's consideration of this issue, and that's a 2013 study conducted right here in Toronto in 17 premises that offer hookah. The study looked at air quality in those premises and found high levels of carbon monoxide and fine particles, PM2.5, particles smaller than 2.5 microns, which are the particles that penetrate deeply in the lungs and are associated, regardless of their source, with respiratory and cardiac disease. The levels that were found are considered to be harmful for human health. Outdoor hookah use had lower levels of contaminants, but it was still of concern. As an incidental finding, nicotine levels in the air were present even in cafes in which supposedly non-tobacco containing shisha was being used, which underlines the difficulty of applying the current regulation, which does prohibit tobacco use, but doesn't prohibit provincially the use of non-tobacco shisha. And it's often difficult to separate those two exposures. The consultation that we did included a wide range of stakeholders. The main findings were low awareness about the health risks of hookah smoking. So it's not only young people who underestimate and misunderstand the risks, it's also patrons, business owners, and so forth. It did confirm that visiting hookah establishments is a social and cultural practice in some communities. There were mixed views, of course, on possible prohibition. Business owners were generally opposed. Health groups were generally in favor. We did find that about half of the patrons that we talked to, and there was a survey of about 100 patrons, said they would still visit the businesses even if they didn't offer hookah smoking. The report also reviews actions that have been taken in other jurisdictions because this issue has been recognized across North America as a health risk. There are a number of jurisdictions, both at the city, state and provincial and national level, that have introduced legislative prohibitions. That is the most common form of approach that's used in terms of legislation. And some of those measures have been taken even in countries where hookah is used on a traditional basis. So why are all of these jurisdictions choosing prohibition as opposed to some other form of regulation? Well, it clearly is the most health protective option, both for users and for employees of these premises and others who would be exposed on a secondhand basis. I think we can learn here from our long history of trying to address the health risks of tobacco. Along the way, Toronto and many other jurisdictions tried other approaches, age restrictions, special smoking rooms, ventilation requirements, and so forth. But ultimately, we have all landed on prohibition as being the most effective measure in order to address the health risk. It is clear, however, because of low levels of awareness, that we need to pair any legislative approach with an educational program to make sure that we're getting through to people what the health risks are of hookah use and secondhand exposure, why prohibition is necessary and appropriate in order to address those health risks. Toronto Public Health has already developed and started to implement this education program to go together with, hopefully, the legislative approach that's being recommended by for City Council to take. Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd be happy to answer any questions either now or later.
Thank you, Dr. McKinnon. Yes, we have Any visiting members? No, we have the first, Councilor Carichanis.
Good morning, and thank you for coming, sir. Is tobacco smoking permitted in these establishments?
No, it's not. Under provincial legislation, the Smoke Free Ontario Act.
Okay. How many people that don't smoke frequent these establishments?
How many people who don't smoke
The
cigarettes?
percentage? No, don't smoke hookah, don't participate in shisha smoking, visit these establishments.
There is no data to answer that question. We understand that there's a mix, that not everyone who visits a hookah establishment takes advantage of the practice.
You said that there's about 70 Toronto businesses, if I'm not mistaken?
As far as we know, there isn't a centralized list, but based on information about licensed premises in Toronto, that's what we understand.
If one of these established businesses has tobacco, I guess they could be charged under the Ontario Free Smokers Act. That be correct?
Yes, if there was smoking taking place, tobacco smoking taking place on the premise, they could be charged.
What are the rules on importing tobacco into Canada for hookah smoking?
I'm not aware of what the federal regulations are. That would be beyond local regulation. It'd be a federal matter.
Is it allowed, in your knowledge?
It certainly happens. I know there are issues around labeling. The federal government doesn't require effective labeling. It's one of the reasons it's difficult to tell whether a given shisha product contains tobacco or not.
Sorry, did I hear you say that the federal government does not require labeling?
That's my understanding, yes. They do, of course, for cigarettes and other tobacco.
Okay, I beg to differ with you. As a former member of parliament, I remember a case and the man was $250,000
No
fined.
debate, Councilor
No,
Carichanis.
you know.
Questions, what's the question?
People that frequent these establishments, do you believe they know the risk?
Well, what we found in our consultation was a fairly low level of awareness of the risk.
So if I was to go in there wanting to smoke a hookah, I wouldn't be aware of the risk? Is this what you're telling me, sir?
That's in fact what the consultation found, both for young people and for patrons. There was a relatively low level of awareness. I've got a number for you, but it wasn't as if everybody knew that they were taking a risk.
You said you spoke to 100 patrons.
Yes?
Out of, how many people would you believe frequent these shisha joints, hookah joints, lounges on a daily basis?
I don't believe we have any data on that.
Would it be cultural and safe to say that there's cultures that visit these lounges on a daily basis?
I don't know about frequency of visiting, but we did hear in the consultation that for some cultural groups from some parts of the world, this is a common practice.
On a daily basis or a couple of times a week?
I don't think we have any information on frequency, no.
Okay. Do you not think that the people that are coming from that part of the world that are smokers, know the risk?
As I said, in the consultation, there was not widespread awareness of the risks. Certainly for young people, many young people that we spoke to believed that this was safer than tobacco smoking, which is a misconception.
Would you be adverse to having a hookah lounge that only serves clients that are over 19, and we crack down on people that use tobacco? Would you be adverse to that?
No, my recommendation is for a prohibition approach because it is the most health protective approach.
There was a prohibition approach, if I'm not mistaken, in the 1920s. That didn't work, did it, in the United States of liquor?
I think a more pertinent example is the approach that we've used in the past 20 years for tobacco, which has been quite effective.
You said, sir, that there's countries in the world that this is cultural, that have banned this. Can you share those countries with me, please?
We do have some information on that, yes. The list I have includes Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon, and Pakistan.
So in Egypt, there's no more shisha lounges?
The regulations vary between countries, and we haven't done a comprehensive assessment of the legislation.
Last question, thank you.
My time is up, but you said Egypt. So please, yes or no, in a short answer, has Egypt banned hookah lounges? Because if they have, I was blind the last time that I was there.
There is legislation in Egypt and other similar Middle Eastern countries banning. However, many of them operate illegally.
Thank you. Councilor Manlo, you're next.
One of the jurisdictions that you listed in one of your slides was New York City that I believe either regulates or prohibits the use of hookah publicly. That being said, though, are there not grandfathered hookah lounges in New York City that allow for tobacco use, along with some cigar bars?
Yes, I can't answer specific about that jurisdiction. The rules in each jurisdiction can be slightly different, and it would take a much more comprehensive analysis to delve into that. But I would say that the general approach which is being taken is in the direction of prohibition. There are fewer jurisdictions that are restricting on the basis of age or a part of the establishment or, requiring ventilation, those kinds of approaches. It is simpler, more effective, easier to enforce, and more consistent with the successful approaches that have been taken with tobacco.
If there are, what I find curious about it is that if there are like isolated, specific places that have a grandfathered license that may not have a front patio or garden that are hidden away and they do what they do, if everyone there knows what they're walking into, that there are clear, perhaps even warning labels or whatever that could be added, what is the harm to... Hold on for one moment, if you would. Gentlemen, would you mind just quieting down for a moment? I can't even hear myself as I speak. Thank you.
Please.
What is the harm to the public? How will young people be influenced by it, et cetera, if there are like specific places that have perhaps a grandfathered license?
Well, I think we went through this set of arguments when it came to tobacco regulation. There were arguments that places should be able to self-identify as smoking only, and patrons would know the risks and would come in and take them voluntarily. That approach doesn't take into account the risks borne by employees who are there 8 or 12 hours a day, and that was a significant factor in the development of prohibitions for tobacco. I don't think that if, in the same way that other workplace health risks, we don't say that you can make a choice to work on an unsafe construction site because you know it and maybe you'll get paid more to do it. We say that all construction sites should be safe. The same is true for premises where other workers work.
Now, am I correct that, is my understanding correct that there are different ways that you could use shisha? One is with tobacco and one is without.
There are different products. Some contain tobacco, some do
Right.
not. They're all burned in the same way.
But the tobacco, when they use tobacco, that is already covered under provincial legislation. Is that not true?
Yes, it is, although it's not always easy to know when it's tobacco. Sometimes it's necessary to actually test the product.
Okay. So what is burned other than tobacco?
Well, even tobacco products contain other substances. The non-tobacco shisha can contain a variety of things, depends on the product.
Like what?
What we know is that when they are burned, they result in contaminants in the air, which have been measured, for example, in the study that I spoke to, at levels which are harmful to human
Because it's
health.
still combusting.
Yes, because it's basically an organic product that's being combusted, so you would expect to see small particles generated, carbon monoxide and nitrogen dioxides and so forth, the kind of air pollutants that we know cause ill health.
My final question to you, sir, is there any wisdom, in your opinion, to, rather than simply prohibiting, while the city does an education campaign, to educate and work with the communities that would be affected, given the role, the significant role that this practice plays in some of our communities? I understand that's a way that, many congregate and they come together as a community as well, and this is, what they do together. To simply move ahead with an education awareness campaign and a conversation with them before the heavy hand of government comes and says, now thou shalt not do this, rather than do it all at one time. It may not seem as though it's a sincere dialogue if we ban it at the same time as wanting to talk with them about it.
As I said, the education program has already been developed and has been initiated. I believe the recommendation from Municipal Licensing and Standards is for an implementation date which allows for a period of time for education. It wouldn't be implemented tomorrow. And I think that's consistent with the way in which we've tried to address other health risks in this kind of setting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marlowe. We'll go now to Councillor Glenn DiVermiche.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for coming today. I guess my first line of questioning is I just want to make sure, because I've heard people stating things that are completely opposite of what you say. Is it your opinion as our Chief Medical Officer of Health that hookah smoking does cause harm to the people doing it and to the people in that environment?
Yes, and I believe that's what the science and the evidence that's available to us shows us.
So when people say, well, we're smoking shisha, we're not smoking tobacco, it doesn't matter at one level. Whether it's an herbal product or a tobacco product, there is harm being done to the people doing it.
That's correct.
And I've seen some literature that says there's a lot of carbon monoxide inside of these establishments. Is that what was found when you actually did the scientific testing?
Yes,
And carbon monoxide is a poisonous gas, correct?
it is.
Very harmful to human beings.
Yes.
It's a gas that you would say that in this room, if we found out there's a lot of carbon monoxide in here, you would tell us to leave.
Yes.
The particulate matter, again, is harmful to human health?
Yes, especially on a long-term exposure basis. It penetrates deeply into the lungs, can, for very small particles, even pass into the bloodstream, and is associated with respiratory disease and cardiac disease.
So whether I smoke a tobacco product in my pipe, or an herbal product in my pipe, or a mix of the two in my pipe, I'm still harming myself every time I smoke.
That's an accurate statement.
And if I'm an employee who needs a job, I don't have many other options, but I'm lucky and I get a job in a cafe, whether it's tobacco product or an herbal product, it's still going to harm me, correct?
Yes, and the studies that have been done here in Toronto show that there are harmful levels of these pollutants in the air where employees would be breathing them.
And I was around when we had when we banned smoking in restaurants, and that was a very controversial initiative. Would you agree?
It certainly was. I was around too.
And as I recall, there were a number of organizations that said, for cultural reasons, for heritage reasons, for all sorts of reasons, that they should be exempt from the smoking bylaw. And they asked for exemptions, correct?
Yes.
And did the city and or the province eventually, when they followed us, did they grant those exemptions?
Ultimately not, no.
And in Scarborough, for example, I don't know if you remember the Black Dog Pub, for example. There are a number of restaurants who said, if you ban this product, our customers will leave. Our ethnic clientele, our cultural heritage requires that we smoke when we eat, and if you ban smoking in my Greek restaurant or in my Irish pub, my customers will leave. Is that a fair assessment, that there are statements like that made very vigorously during that debate?
Yes, there were widespread predictions of significant economic harm resulting from tobacco restrictions that were put in place. Studies by independent scientists did not find that happened, and I think it's fair to say today we have a vibrant bar and restaurant industry that is completely smoke-free.
Are you aware of any bars or restaurants that went bankrupt because of the smoking ban?
I'm not personally, no.
And the Black Dog Pub, I don't know if you know that establishment specifically because they were a very vocal opponent of the bylaw. Are you aware that the Black Dog Pub today is busier and more profitable than it was before the smoking bylaw?
I haven't been in.
You're welcome to come out to Scarborough and try it. And do you think the people in the Black Dog Pub are better protected today than they were before the smoking bylaw?
Well, absolutely. All of the premises which are affected by provincial and originally local smoking bylaws have safer air quality than they did before.
So that you're comfortable with your set of recommendations before us, that you will, one, protect people's health? That's really the intent of your motion, is to actually protect people?
Correct?
And that you will not drive people into bankruptcy?
I haven't seen any evidence to suggest that that's the case at the sectoral level.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Councilman Molina, you are next.
I don't really know much about this. I'm really taking your lead here today and the lead of some of the other councillors, and I guess the deputations will start soon too, but you said this is a cultural thing? Mostly a cultural kind of adventure.
Well, we did hear in the consultation process that there are some communities, some countries in the world where this is a common practice, a social practice, and some of those
Toronto, is
communities
it?
here in Toronto
Is
have
it?
continued that practice.
But I'm sure that with your staff going in and out of these establishments, they've probably determined one way or another if they're cultural or not. Are they?
Certainly, what my staff on the front line see is that some are serving a traditional older population, and some, especially the newer ones, are really serving young people who are taking this up.
Okay. And I always thought it was vapor. I thought it was a vapor that they were inhaling.
Well, what they're inhaling is a mix of toxic substances. So carbon monoxide is a gas, but the small particles are particulates, so it's a mixture.
I see. Unlike smoking, unlike someone who smokes a regular cigarette, or if this federal government approves marijuana, unlike that, you can go outside and you could light up a cigarette or a joint and not break any laws really, unless you're near a park, right?
Well, there have been more recently regulations put in place limiting tobacco use in some outdoor locations.
Yeah, I know. We're getting more and more of that. I understand that. But unlike that, it's my understanding that this is a big instrument that's being used. How do you bring that outside if you want to smoke a vapor?
My understanding is that it's
How do you bring?
not
How do you
typically
bring?
portable, if that's what you're asking.
It's not portable,
It's used on patios.
But how do, if we're going to ban this, how do we expect anyone to bring those types of machines outside in between a meal? Or I don't understand that.
I don't think that's the expectation.
Your expectation is to ban them outright, completely then?
In the premises which are licensed by the city, yes.
But you would be able to smoke them outside?
Legally, you would be able to.
But they're big instruments, so what if people chose to do that on our sidewalks?
Well, I think if that became a widespread practice, we'd have to see if it was necessary to respond to it. I'd be surprised, but
Air fresheners in homes, do we look at banning them based on the substance that they squirt out?
we haven't looked at that issue, so
Why?
I can't tell you what substances might be coming.
Why
from.
not? And if we're so concerned about what people are intaking into their lungs, why are we not doing that with air fresheners in homes, in every home almost?
I'm not aware of a regulatory approach that's been taken. They are consumer products, so there's the opportunity to make sure that they operate safely for consumers. That's usually at the federal level. We do have educational information for families, particularly where there are young children, about sources of chemicals in the home environment. That might include products like that.
I think that's all my questions for now. Thank you.
Councilor Molina. Now we go to Councilor DeGiorgio. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will try and be brief. I'm not very familiar with these pipes, but are more than one person can smoke the pipe at the same time? Or is it just, they just pass the pipe along?
The ones that I've seen are generally smoked by one person.
And it just passed around?
Well, we wouldn't advise passing them around for reasons of infection control.
Right.
In between patrons, there would be a process for making sure that they're cleaned. the mouthpiece at least.
But as far as you know, are they actually passed around and they use the same mouthpiece, or do they have multiple mouthpieces, or?
It wouldn't be recommended to share a mouthpiece.
I agree. I'm just wondering how it's actually done, you know, where in some of these places it occurs. I've never seen.
Yeah, well, what we've observed is that new mouthpieces are provided for new users.
Okay.
Perhaps some of the deputants would be able to answer that question in terms of their own practice.
Recently, we had the tobacco smoking banned in outdoor patios, and we're proposing the same kind of thing here, correct? Now, it is possible that people who smoke go outside a restaurant, start smoking, let's say congregating outside the restaurant, and start to smoke, correct? I mean, so as far as these pipes are concerned, would it be possible for a couple of people to assemble outside a bar and end up smoking the pipe? Is that still permissible?
If it were outside the premise, then it would be permissible under the legislative change which is being proposed to this committee.
Okay.
Whether that's likely to happen, I think, is a different question.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Di Giorgio. Do we have any?
Another question, if you don't mind.
Is second round?
Yeah,
Please, go ahead.
just not even a second round. I forgot to ask. You said it was cultural, perhaps. Can it be categorized as religious as well, or no?
Well, this question was adjudicated by the courts in British Columbia, where there was a challenge to a local regulation, and the courts did not find that it violated any charter rights. So I think the answer to that in Canada would be no.
But if somebody were to, how was that challenged? Just willy-nilly, or?
It was challenged by some operators who were subject to the bylaw, and it went through the courts.
In Jamaica, the Rastafarians now claim that, or I think they've been awarded the recognition that marijuana is religious to them.
I can't speak to that. Religious exemptions are possible. There are some religious exemptions for Indigenous people for tobacco, for example.
So it hasn't really been, has it been challenged and defeated on what basis?
My understanding of and the city solicitor may want to add, my understanding of the court case in British Columbia was that part of the challenge was on a charter basis for religious rights, and that argument was not successful in that court.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Kyrgiannis.
I have a couple of water pipes at home.
You've smoked.
I've smoked.
Did you inhale?
Hold on, I'm the one answering the questions. Put my time on hold here. For clarification, sir, you said that, have you been yourself in a hookah lounge?
I haven't spent a significant amount of time in a hookah lounge. No, I've been in premises where hookah is used.
Were these premises only hookah lounges, or did they were serving food also?
Well, we know that there's a mix in Toronto. Some hookah is their main business. Others, it's an adjunct to serving food and beverages.
So if we were to allow no minors, that would be a plus?
I think it would be insufficient. Right now, minors are allowed in many of these premises, which raises concerns both about exposure
But
to
we
the air quality.
should allow no minors, though.
I think we should prohibit.
Prohibit minors going.
No, prohibit the use of I support the recommendation that's before you. It's my recommendation from a public health point of view that we do prohibition of hookah smoking in licensed premises in Toronto.
Tobacco hookah smoking or molasses hookah smoking?
All hookah smoking,
All hookah smoking.
yes.
When was the law passed in Egypt? And how has it been enforced?
I don't believe we have that information with us.
You made the statement that Egypt passed the law.
Yes, but I don't have the details of the timing of its passage. or how it's enforced.
Was it something that came lately, or has it been in, for a long time in Egypt?
My understanding is that most of these regulations, whether in North America or in other parts of the world, have occurred within the past, 5 to 10 years. They're not long-standing.
Did Egypt ban tobacco smoking or molasses smoking in hookah lounges?
Some of the international bans are limited to tobacco, and some are broader than that.
Specifically, did Egypt?
Egypt, I'm sorry, I don't have that information for Egypt.
Okay, do you have it for the other countries that you mentioned?
We do have some of it. We're relying largely on a survey that was done and published, so we're
Right.
limited to the information that's in that survey.
Dr. McEwen, sir, you made those statements. I want
Secretary
clarification.
Chanis, please
Yeah.
let him answer.
I'm just telling you the limitations of the information that we have. We haven't actually gone to those countries and looked at the legislation. We're relying on a published report which surveyed the legislation in many countries around the world.
Well, Dr. McEwen, you're expecting legislators to make a decision, and I just want to, if you can back it up.
I'd be happy to get back to you with any questions that you have today that I'm not able to answer.
So therefore, your comments be fair to say that you can't back them up in about banning hookah smoking in those countries.
Councilor Chanis, Dr. McEwen has been very clear in terms of answering the questions in the best way.
Hold on, Chair, just hold on, just to give it sense.
be
Dr.
fair.
McEwen made the statement that they were banned in those countries. And my question, being a fair question, was it tobacco smoking shisha or molasses smoking shisha that was banned in those countries? That's all I'm asking. I need clarification.
I think it's a fair question. I don't have the information to answer that question right now. I would say that my recommendation to enact a prohibition in Toronto is not based on what's happening in other countries. We've provided that information for the information of legislators so that you'll know what other jurisdictions are doing. Even if Toronto was the first jurisdiction to take this on, that's still what I would be recommending.
Dr. McEwen, you can't back those findings 100%.
As I say, I think this is information for the committee. I don't believe it's the basis for my recommendation.
Thank you. I may have a few questions. How many charges or convictions have been laid either by the Toronto Public Health or the licensing standards staff? Do we have those numbers by any chance? Do you have that information?
I don't have that with me today. There have been charges laid under the limited grounds that are allowed by provincial legislation, which really is limited to tobacco use within these premises.
Is there any rules or regulations that require these establishments that sell shisha and to maintain or retain a list of ingredients in terms of packaging to prove that the substance are shisha and what kind of tobacco-free?
I'm not aware of any regulations that require businesses to maintain those kinds of records. It has been a challenge to try and enforce the current rules, determining whether or not a particular product contains tobacco, which under the current legislation is the boundary between legal and illegal, has sometimes been very challenging. Lists of ingredients are not always complete or available in a fashion which allows inspectors to determine whether there's tobacco in the product. So that's one reason to enact a broader prohibition. The other reason, of course, is that even the non-tobacco products are hazardous to air quality.
Is there any evidence that shows that these establishments must maintain proper ventilation to address air quality concerns over the shisha smoking or burning charcoal or whatever it is?
There are no ventilation requirements specific to hookah use. But I don't think that's pertinent because, as I say, we went down that road of looking at ventilation requirements to try and manage the risk associated with tobacco, and it was unsuccessful. In a very high-profile way in the Black Dog Pub that was mentioned earlier, where there was a prototype put in place, which was not successful. It's one of the reasons that experience is one of the reasons why we think prohibition is the way to go when it comes to this form of smoking.
I'm just trying to have a good understanding in terms of the tobacco hookah that have some level of nicotine or any other substance or herbal substances that doesn't have that nicotine. But as Councilor Rivera-Maker asked, is have toxins that can be. Can you just elaborate a bit more? I really want to understand that.
Well, the studies that have been done, including here in Toronto, of air quality in premises where hookah smoking is taking place, even when the shisha is alleged not to contain tobacco, produces contaminants in the air at levels which are hazardous to health. And I mentioned carbon monoxide and fine particles as two of the ones of concern. So we're seeing hazardous air quality in these premises even when non-tobacco shisha is alleged to be used. We're also sometimes seeing nicotine in the air when it's alleged that the shisha doesn't contain tobacco. So there is an issue with confusion between different types of shisha.
The Ontario Free Smoking Act, it's very clear in terms of smoking. Does the Act embrace any aspects of the hookah shisha?
Well, if there's evidence that the hookah is used for smoking tobacco products, in other words, if the shisha has tobacco in it, then it is currently illegal under the Smoke-Free Ontario Act. I say there are some, that doesn't cover all of the hazardous hookah use which is taking place in the city right now, and there are some challenges of enforcement.
My last question is, in your slide number 4, that you have 10% of Ontario students grades 7 to 12 use hookah in the past year in 2013, and 38% of Ontario students grade 9 to 12 believe hookah is used. To me, these numbers are very alarming. Mm-hmm. What kind of evidence do you have in terms of knowing the real numbers and what establishments are doing what?
Well, these are numbers that come from surveys of Ontario students, so these are the best numbers that we have to illustrate current utilization by young people in Toronto. And just to give you a sense, 10% of Ontario students in high school have used hookah, only about 15 or 16% have used cigarettes. So this is a fairly significant level of usage and has been rising. As I say, the information about what young people believe about the risks comes from this type of survey, as well as from our own work with young people in the community, where they do not appear to appreciate the risk that's associated with hookah smoking.
Thank you. Okay, now thank you for your presentation. Can I have a motion to receive the presentation from Dr. McCain? Councilor Mamoulieri, all those in favor? Thank you. So now we'll go to deputants. Members of the committee, we have 18 deputants, and I think that's important to maintain the speaking time that's being allowed to members of council as well. But on the other hand, I think that let's be mindful in terms of the questions that are going to be asked that are not going to be that repetitive. And the same thing to the public speakers. Please, let's not be repetitive. Let's come up with something new that you may have to say. Having said that, we'll start with the first deputant, Rubina Carrell. Good morning. Pleasure to have you here. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes. And we have the clock on that side that you can look at it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rubina Karel, and I'm a resident of Toronto and a public issues volunteer at the Canadian Cancer Society. I would like to thank you all for the opportunity to speak to you today about why I support the recommendations regarding prohibiting the use of hookah in licensed establishments in Toronto. The last time I was here in June, I spoke about my personal experiences with hookah and shisha. I talked about a 16-year-old family friend who regularly goes out with her friends to smoke hookah. I mentioned student associations at York University, where I study, that host garden shisha parties. I talked about having conversations with a regular shisha smoker friend who told me he has no idea what the shisha actually contains. I talked about my own culture and the role that hookah and shisha played in it. My grandparents and great-grandparents were all addicted hookah smokers, but despite their addictions, they restricted their kids and grandkids from ever using those water pipes because they were aware of the health effects that they themselves suffered from. And despite continuous recommendations from the Board of Health and advocacy from concerned organizations, I find it sad that this topic still remains on the table. 4 months ago, counselors here agreed that more research should be conducted before making a decision. But I'm not a scientist, but I did some digging on my own and read case studies, experiments, and research published in journals like Food and Chemical Toxicology, Journal of Toxicology, Environmental Health, Biomedical Research Institute, and others. And their findings all are consistent with what was presented. As health advocates and policymakers, I think it's foolish to ignore these scientific results that time and again prove that using hookah and shisha is a public health risk, regardless of how herbal or tobacco-free they claim to be. I'm aware that water pipe smoking is tied to cultural practices, which makes this issue quite sensitive, especially in Toronto. I love how multicultural Toronto is. But when my sister tells me stories of how everyone she knows in her school visit hookah lounges, or when I see my own friends casually make plans to visit these lounges and smoke shisha on Friday nights because it relaxes them, I can't help but wonder, are they really smoking shisha because they view it as a cultural symbol, or are they smoking because it has become a popular trend, a fashion statement, a thing you do with your friends because you don't want to be left out? When I hear about Middle Eastern or South Asian cultures, what excites me are the languages, the food, the beautiful art and literature, the catchy songs. These things help me to understand my own roots and history. But the more I look back at my own cultural history of hookah and shisha use, the more I feel encouraged to advocate against this particular unhealthy practice. In the tug of war between celebrating culture and celebrating health, I will choose health every time, and Toronto should do the same. I'm concerned and gravely worried about the health of all current residents of this city, and I urge you to adopt this motion approved by the Board of Health, which is before you today, to prohibit smoking in licensed establishments in the City of Toronto as soon as possible. We hope that the Council takes our voices into consideration because the residents of Toronto demand a healthier environment for us to live in. Thank you for your time, and together I hope we can continue to make progress towards a truly healthy and smoke-free society. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Karen. We have questions from the staff. Vice Chair, Councilor Janis.
Thank you for coming to make your presentation. I think you were before us before when I heard the same arguments. Have you yourself visited any of these hookah lounges?
I have not because I don't smoke it myself, but I do know a lot of friends, classmates that I go to school with who frequent these. I've seen pictures of them smoking on Facebook, Instagram, social media. I've heard them talking about it.
So are you against tobacco smoking in the lounges or molasses smoking in the lounges?
I am against both because I believe that unless we are inhaling anything else than fresh air, smoking or inhaling anything else is harmful, regardless of what it is.
So if we ban them and your friends can't go to licensed establishments, do you not fear that these establishments might go underground?
Not really, because, well, I can't speak for all establishments, but from what I hear from my friends and their stories, they usually are accompanied with food, and they take it, so they're there to eat, mainly, like for dinner or going out, and then it's kind of like a hookah smoking is like a thing they do in addition to it because they offer it.
So if we ban hookah lounges that have food, would that be better?
Well, I believe that we should be putting a ban in everything because
Sorry,
it regards
banned on everything?
banning
No further
banning
questions,
indoor
Chair.
smoking in all sorts of lounges.
Thank you. Is Councillor Glenda Biramika, you're next.
Thank you, through Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for coming today. And I've got your letter here, so thank you for giving us it in writing as well. And it just says here that hookahs and shisha are part of it says my own culture and tradition. What cultural background are you?
I'm from Nepal.
Yeah?
Yeah, and it is very, very common there. And unfortunately, my country still does not have any legislations against tobacco or molasses shisha smoking, so it's everyone there just smokes it away.
And it's, in your letter, it's, again, in your opinion, your grandparents and great-grandparents were both addicted hookah smokers?
Yes.
And you think they suffered?
They have,
health because of
well, my great-grandparents passed away, but my grandparents have suffered from cardiac arrest, lung problems, and one of my grandparents died from cancer. And I cannot solely say it was because of smoking only, because there are a lot of factors associated, but it is a very, very high reason that their smoking led to their poor health outcomes.
So as an individual whose cultural traditions includes hookah, you are not offended by us banning hookah smoking?
No, not at all, not
You
at all.
don't think it's a slight against you personally?
No, not at all.
It's not a slight against your culture?
No.
Not against your religion?
No.
Not against the good Nepalese people that live in the city?
No.
And if you want to show off your culture and your heritage to your friends, maybe some of my family who are Irish heritage and Belgian heritage, would you prefer to show them hookah smoking?
No.
Or the great food that you can get at a Nepalese restaurant?
Food, never hookah smoking, nothing that, I would love to promote my culture that increases health and well-being, because that is what true culture is all about, living in a healthy and happy environment and not something that degrades your health.
So to promote your culture, you're happy to share with me and all the members in this room your history, your traditions, your food, your love, your good music. Hookah doesn't need to be a part of your culture, especially when it harms people who come from Nepal.
Exactly.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor and Mamoliri.
I have many objections, and it's not really for the argument of health. I mean, I get all that stuff. In fact, I'm the one that moved that we not smoke around parks when I was the chair of parks. I get all that stuff in public. Where I have a bit of difficulty is we're trying to tell people what to do in their own establishments, in some cases their own cars, their own environment. How do you feel about government getting involved with your personal, everyday activities that you do on your own? That's the part of it that scares me, right? Because today we're saying stop this in the private company atmosphere. Tomorrow it's going to be you can't ingest this food because the government's telling you not to do it, and it becomes illegal. Like, that's the part of it I don't like. How do you respond to that?
Well, obviously everyone has the freedom to make their individual choices.
So far,
In
our wonderful democratic country that we have.
Exactly.
Yes.
And I'm happy to be in this country. But the thing that I believe is these facts and recommendations that are being put forward are supported by evidence, scientific results that say that they're unhealthy. And I approve that regulations and recommendations that ban these sorts of what we're recommending, because it is for the good of the people.
It's good of the people when it's done in public. When it's done behind closed doors in a private establishment, why does government have to get involved?
But the public visit those private establishments.
We asked a question with respect to whether people who visit those establishments are actually surprised at what's going on in those establishments. And I think you pay for that use, don't you? It's a use that you pay for. So those establishments are specific to this activity. So people going in there know that that's what's going on.
Well, like I said in my deputation, talking to some of my friends, they were not quite aware if the shisha that they were provided had tobacco or what it contained. So I'm not saying not everyone is ignorant. Yes, people do know the risks who visit there, but there are a lot of people who don't as well. And I think it's a habit. It's a habit that people do. Like, for example, people who smoke or people who do a lot of things. We know that it's bad for us, but we still keep on doing it, because it's a habit formation.
All right, so people visit the wilderness all the time. There are risks to doing that. I mean, we don't ban them from doing that. I mean, the reality is, it's not what we're suggesting here, in my opinion. It's government telling you what you can do as an individual that bothers me. Because this can go, this itself could lead to them telling you how to walk because it's good for your posture and how you shouldn't. And I mean, it's an exaggeration, but I think you get my point.
Not really, because a lot of the things are
well,
not
eating
comparable.
hamburgers isn't good for you. It makes eating fast food makes you fat. Are we going to, as government, say you're not allowed to do that anymore? And would you actually be support? That's a good question for you. Would you be supporting an initiative that says government it makes it illegal for you to eat fast food?
Well, that is quite far-fetched, because fast food is a huge industry, but I believe there are some regulations that are coming
And
into
this
place.
is not a huge industry? This is not a huge industry?
Well, it is, but
Okay. So
I stand
that's my
by
concern.
my
All right.
deputation.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank Councilmember Leary. And any other questions? If not, thank you so much for your deputation. The next deputant is Chris Yakato. Chris Yakato. Chris Yakato. Tarnem Afifi. Tarnem Afifi. Lucy Ying. And are we having a double deputation there? If I may have you.
Not a double, just a note. We have a few folks listed from the Lung Association.
And
So
your name is, please?
Sarah Butson. I'll just be here to support.
Great. And
Lucy.
you are?
Lucy Jing.
Okay, great. So you can have a combined 5 and 5, 10 minutes. Please
Yeah,
go
I
ahead.
won't be providing a deputation, but we'll be here for support and any questions.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Good morning, committee members. My name is Lucy Jing, and I am a volunteer with the Ontario Lung Association. I hope to raise to your attention the need to ban hookah use in licensed establishments in support of the advances Toronto has made so far toward a healthier city. I will be addressing the spread of hookah use among youth and the misconceptions which led to that, and why action needs to be taken. I am part of a generation that has had the privilege of growing up in a smoke-free environment. The steps that Ontario has taken toward tobacco regulation has reduced the availability of tobacco products, which has changed the health of our youth and of our city for the better. But now I go on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, all sorts of social media, and I see photos and videos of my peers, my own friends, involved in the newest social trend, using hookah. The reasons that they give me for using hookah are the same. There's the consistent misconception that the enticing, fruity, and candy-like flavors that hookah offers make water pipes safe to use. In fact, 34% of Canadians who say that they have used hookah believe that smoking a water pipe has less tar than smoking cigarettes. Research shows, however, that a single water pipe session exposes the user to 1.7 times more nicotine, 6.5 times more carbon monoxide, and 46 times more tar than smoking a cigarette. Despite these shocking risks, the use of hookah amongst young people is increasing. A recent study revealed that 29% of young adults between the ages of 20 to 24 use hookah. Even more alarming is the increase of use amongst my own peers. In 2006, 6% of 15 to 19-year-olds reported using hookah. In 2013, that statistic rose to 14%, and until hookahs are banned in cafes, restaurants, and bars, this statistic will surely increase. It's difficult for me to accept that many of my friends and peers can enter a hookah cafe and smoke indoors. Over the years, we have made such progress in providing tobacco-free spaces and more recently provincially banning flavored tobacco, a once popular product amongst youth. Unregulated hookah use in Toronto is where we are failing to protect the health of citizens, both young and old. A ban on hookah is the next logical step in ensuring smoke-free spaces for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilor Chanis.
Thank you for coming. Really appreciate the input. Can you substantiate your figures, please, and the methodology of obtaining them?
These were statistics done by...
The statistics that were listed in the deputation, I believe, come from our Ontario Tobacco Research Unit and the recent report that they put out around hookah.
Sorry, so you're using somebody else's statistics, not yours?
We don't perform our own research. We rely on the good bodies that are put forth by the province to do that work.
Sorry, the province or an organization? Is this a provincial organization, a provincial government?
The Ontario Tobacco Research Unit, yeah.
And what is their mandate?
I'm not sure if a deputant from OTRU can speak better to their mandate, but in the respect that we work with them, they specifically focus on doing research around tobacco use for the province.
Can you substantiate their figures, please? You use their figures.
Not beyond what I just said.
The deputant used the figures, and I'm asking the deputant, do you please have background that substantiates the figures that you give to us?
So again, we didn't perform our own primary research. We rely on the research report of reputable organizations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the next deputant, Jessica Denner. Jessica Denner. Lorraine Fry. Good morning.
Councillors, my name is Lorraine Fry. I'm the Executive Director of the Non-Smokers' Rights Association and the Smoking and Health Action Foundation. We work on tobacco control policy issues at all levels of government. We've been monitoring this issue since about 2008, and we've come to the conclusion that there's now sufficient evidence regarding the health effects of water pipe smoking to justify a bylaw that prohibits water pipe smoking in public places and workplaces. A recent study that you've heard about today by the Ontario Tobacco Research Unit found that levels of toxic water pipe smoke found in Toronto's water pipe cafes may surpass occupational health and safety workplace regulations, and that non-smokers in water pipe cafes are exposed to high levels of secondhand water pipe smoke. 2 hours of exposure in a Toronto hookah cafe was equal to 10 cigarettes smoked based on carbon monoxide levels. The study also found that most water pipe cafes serve at least some tobacco products in contravention of the Smoke Free Ontario Act. Water pipe smoking has a history that dates back 4 centuries, but the past 2 decades have seen it grow from a dwindling activity practiced predominantly by older Middle Eastern men to become a youth-focused global epidemic. And the tobacco shisha that's available and popular with youth today is not what has been traditionally smoked in regions of the world where the water pipe is considered part of the culture. Candy, alcohol, and other novel and inventive flavors for shisha came onto the worldwide market in the early 1990s. Epidemiological data from various jurisdictions confirm that water pipe smoking has become the most popular form of tobacco use among youth in all 17 countries of the Middle East, and in other parts of the world it is second only to cigarettes. Global surveillance of water pipe smoking rates, youth and adults, indicates that young people of all cultural backgrounds are at the forefront of this epidemic. The social nature of hookah smoking appears to have found a niche in young people's need for connectivity and social inclusion. The issue is therefore more about youth and young adult culture and risk-taking. Canadian data show that water pipe smoking among young adults 18 to 24 has more than doubled since 2006 to 29% in 2013. Hookah smoking among youth ages 15 to 19 also more than doubled between 2006 and 2013. Water pipe use among Ontario students is now greater than cigarette use. As more becomes known about the dangers of water pipe smoking, both tobacco as well as other herbal concoctions, jurisdictions worldwide are responding with prohibitions in public places and workplaces. In Canada, we've had concerns regarding insensitivity to long-standing cultural practices voiced in public discussions about the possible explicit inclusion of water pipe in new smoke-free laws. Vancouver's smoke-free bylaw was legally challenged under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms with claims of violations of freedom of conscience and religion, among other things. However, given the toxicity of all secondhand smoke, protection of cultural practices is not a valid argument against public health protection. And in fact, many of the countries where hookah smoking is considered traditional have taken measures to prohibit or restrict water pipe smoking in public places. The World Health Organization, I want to stress, reports that smoking water pipes in open cafes is particularly frowned upon by the religious leaders. It's viewed as committing a sin in public, challenging good Muslim behavior and potentially promoting smoking behavior among non-smokers, to quote the WHO. In Canada, the loudest opponents to smoke-free water pipe legislation are business people who have a financial stake in the issue, not religious or cultural organizations. A similar observation has been made in Lebanon. Alberta's Tobacco and Smoking Reduction Act prohibits the smoking of tobacco and tobacco-like products in public places and workplaces. A coalition of restaurant owners actively opposed the bill. However, opposition from the province's Middle East/Islamic religious and cultural organizations was noticeably absent. Vancouver's smoke-free bylaw was legally challenged under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms by 2 cafe owners who claimed, among other things, that the bylaw violated their fundamental freedom of conscience and religion. The judge rejected their arguments. Smoke-free laws that explicitly include water pipes and the smoking of other weeds or substances are enacted for the health benefit of everyone, regardless of cultural or religious background. The creation of smoke-free laws, creation of smoke-free spaces is a globally recognized health promotion best practice. Laws that also prevent the smoking of other weeds or substances level the playing field for all businesses, as did the prevention of smoking cigarettes and other tobacco products. Although hookah smoking is considered traditional in various parts of the world, public health authorities and researchers agree that it's now a full-fledged global pandemic with young people at the fore. Given the known dangers of smoking and exposure to secondhand smoke, with or without tobacco, arguments in favor of the protection of historical cultural practices or the protection of business interests must take a backseat to the more important goal of public health protection.
Please wrap up.
In conclusion, we support the recommendations in the report from the Executive Director, Municipal Licensing and Standards, to prohibit the use of hookah water pipes in establishments licensed by the City of Toronto.
Thank you. Vice Chair, Councillor Karygiannis.
Chair, thank you, Madam, for coming to make the presentation. She used some figures. I believe you quoted some numbers. Can you back them up, please?
In terms of the prevalence, you mean?
No, you used the numbers. And you were quoting numbers.
The prevalence of water pipe use, is that what you're referring to?
No, I'm talking about the numbers that you used, that people have stopped smoking, cut back in Canada, youth and all that stuff.
No, the only figures that I used actually were about prevalence of water pipe smoking in young adult culture.
Can you
So I
read that
talked
passage
about the
again?
youth smoking survey, the youth smoking survey, the water pipe smoking among young adults 18
Are
to
those
24.
your figures or figures that you read on the internet?
No, we're not scientists, and it's not figures that I read on the internet. There are a number of extremely reputable surveys that are carried out in Canada and in Ontario with respect to both smoking and water pipe smoking. And this is the youth smoking survey that I'm referring to.
How many people were surveyed?
I don't have the answer for that right now, but I could get it for you.
You said religious leaders are backing the non-smoking of hookah.
Absolutely.
Can you please name a few?
I can't name a few religious leaders, but the World Health Organization, as you're aware, is an extremely
you
highly
said-
reputable body, and that is a direct quote from the
please.
WHO.
Councillor Karygiannis, she's answering the question the best. that she
Chair,
can.
she said religious leaders, and I'm
Yes.
just wondering if you can name a few, please.
No, I can't name them
Thank you.
specifically.
Okay? You said banning of tobacco worldwide. Can you please tell me where?
Banning of,
Of smoking of hookah worldwide? Name a
yes,
couple of
there are
places.
a number of Middle Eastern countries.
Name them, please.
Egypt, in fact, is not on the list that I have. I have the United Arab Emirates, Turkey, Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia of the Middle Eastern countries. And I can also tell you that I was at the recent WHO World Conference on Tobacco or Health, and this subject was right up there on the list of subjects that was discussed, and the Middle Eastern the Middle Eastern countries that were there, and it was hosted in Abu Dhabi. This was one of the things that was of the biggest concern to them at that conference. And in terms of all of those countries, not only do some of those countries have banned it, but more are talking about banning, and the ones that have banned it were concerned about the lack of enforcement.
Was there any
We're talking about
cultural
increasing their
backlash in those
enforcement.
countries that are banning it?
Pardon me?
Was there any cultural backlash in the countries that have banned it, and the countries and the government said be forced tobacco away?
The government, pardon me?
Was there backlash in the countries that banning has taken place, and the governments are forced to back away from banning it?
I'm not aware of those countries that I cited. I do think there's something with respect to Egypt, why their law is not being enforced. But in terms of the other countries, I think there's more and more, public health is taking a very big role in those countries in trying to highlight this issue as a global epidemic.
Is this a cultural thing or not? I mean, smoking of a hookah?
It's gone beyond that. The big culture right now is youth, worldwide. It's becoming a pandemic worldwide.
So youth under the age of 19 should not be smoking it. Therefore, we should ban them, like we ban them from smoking cigarettes or buying cigarettes. They shouldn't be able to go in these establishments.
Well, but we'd like to go beyond that and say that public health trumps anything else. And there's enough evidence to show that you should be banning hookah smoking in public establishments, period.
How would you want the city to deal if we were to ban hookah establishments, where they were to go underground, private clubs? How would you want us to respond then?
Well, I would assume that if it was an illegal practice, then it should be investigated.
Well, if they're private clubs and they go underground, how much resources are we to throw at it in order to ban them?
I'm not an expert on the resources of City Hall.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Malidi.
Only with respect to, again, comments that you made, not the health part of the equation, because I get that argument. You said that in this case, that business was being conducted. I think those were your words.
That,
Business was being made through this venue,
well, they're business establishments
but they're legal right now.
right now.
What's wrong with doing business?
There's nothing wrong with doing business as long as it doesn't harm the health of others. I mean, I want to just go back to a question you asked.
But it's legal right now.
Well, there are some illegal things happening in those businesses. For example, it is illegal to smoke tobacco in public places and workplaces.
How do you know
And in
that?
fact, well, because we know that the tobacco enforcement officers have gone in and seized product and tested it and found that it, in fact, contained tobacco.
I don't remember the last time I saw anything with respect to one of these venues being charged with that.
That has, I'm pretty sure, happened. Not yet? Not yet.
Okay, so if it hasn't happened yet, then why do we use words like illegal? Why do we do that here? Why do people come here and say things are happening illegally on establishments when there haven't even been any charges laid?
That's because there's a whole difficulty of proving that there's tobacco in.
But why would you say that?
substance.
You use the word illegal. Why would you do that? Why would you come to City Hall and say illegal things are happening in these establishments when nobody? Mr. Chairman, it's a point, because, Mr. Chairman, I'm asking why people come here. No, I
They're getting
guess
into
it's
a
the
debate.
logic of the
Please
deputy.
ask a question that's fair to the deputant.
Well, as the chair, perhaps, you could ask people to stick with either facts or fiction.
Councillor,
Well,
I'll put
the answer
just
to
one.
what you were saying is that that recent the Ontario Tobacco Research Unit study that we've been quoting here, a number of us, they, in fact, that study did find that there was both non-tobacco and tobacco shisha being smoked.
I
The
don't
Ontario
recall.
Tobacco Research Unit is associated with the University of Toronto.
Okay.
It's a very highly reputable organization.
My point is, you use the word illegal, not me. So, but you can't prove it.
Well, I mean.
Nobody-
we
nobody-
have
nobody's been
research-
charged or
we have a-
convicted.
We have a study that has shown
All right,
that.
well.
Those are rhetoric questions.
Mr.
and,
Mr. Chairman,
just-
on a
Yeah,
point of
please.
order.
Your point of order.
Mr. Chairman, we get more and more deputations and deputants coming to City Hall. They have the right to say what they want, and I get that. But when you start using words that impugn or ruin the reputation of anybody, I think we need to draw the line there. The word illegal doesn't exist in this case. I don't recall anybody being charged or convicted. So anybody that uses the word illegal, I think, needs to withdraw those
Councilman Molidi,
comments.
let me remind you and members of the committee that what's before us today in terms of the staff's recommendations is to approve the amendments to the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 545, to include the definitions. And we are just totally striding from it, of hookah use and inhaling and exhaling. And also to prohibit the use of hookah in establishments that are not licensed for.
Yes.
So that's what is before us.
Yes.
But I think that the deputants have been very clear, and it's not a question when we are asking questions with leading questions like, I got you. I think that's unfair to deputants. Deputants are answering questions that the best way that they can, and I think we should also be mindful that we conduct ourselves in a very
Mr.
respectful
Chairman,
way.
I don't believe that I didn't, first of all. I think that it's our right as councillors to ask deputants questions, and that's what I'm doing. And I'm actually asking questions of comments that the deputants actually make. So what's the point of us being able to ask questions if we're going to be interjected and stopped from asking the questions of what the deputants have said, not what I've said? So if a deputant says there's illegal activity in these locations, and then it's determined that nobody's been charged or convicted, how do you make that statement?
Councillor, you have asked your questions, and if you don't like what the answers are, and that's up to the deputant.
No, I'm happy with the way she answered the question. I just want to ask questions on why she made those comments, that's all. And you can't really
answer was-
stop us from doing
my
that.
answer
No,
was
some
that
leading questions.
It wasn't me who made the
towards I
comments.
got you.
All right.
Thank you so much for your deputation. Any other questions? Thank you. Michael Perry. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Chair.
Please go ahead. Members of the committee, please.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Michael Perley. I'm Director of the Ontario Campaign for Action on Tobacco. On behalf of our partners, the Canadian Cancer Society's Ontario Division, the Heart and Stroke Foundation of Ontario, Non-Smokers' Rights Association, and the Ontario Medical Association, thanks for the opportunity to comment on the proposal before you. You've heard the evidence of the dangers of water pipe smoking with or without tobacco, which has been accumulating in the international, national, and more regional literature for several years. I won't repeat that. It's summarized in the staff report that's very good from the staff here at City of Toronto. You've also heard some Canadian jurisdictions have already taken action to prohibit the use of water pipes, and in one case in the City of Vancouver, challenges to that bylaw on the basis of hookah smoking being a cultural practice were adjudicated and rejected. Regarding questions about the ingredients of shisha and how they're determined, I thought I could speak usefully to that for you. The Ontario government's Bill 45, the Making Healthier Choices Act, enacts various amendments to the Smoke-Free Ontario Act, or SFOA, and it recently received royal assent in the provincial legislature. Bill 45 will allow enforcement personnel, such as those here in the City of Toronto, to take samples of material being smoked in water pipes in order to test for the presence of tobacco. Now, this approach, while better than what we've had, does little, if anything, to prevent the broad range of impacts from all types of shisha, which are indicated in the research literature, on individuals potentially in dozens of Toronto establishments. And you've also heard comments about Middle Eastern countries regulating the use of shisha, and this is partly because, as Ms. Fry indicated, the research literature again indicates that there's a growing presence of shisha among young people, shisha use, and we have that in our research literature here. I'll just mention in a little more detail the jurisdictions in the Middle East that are regulating it and how they're doing it. The United Arab Emirates in 2013 restricted smoking tobacco, including in a water pipe, in restaurants and other public places. And for any of these, by the way, I can give you the actual law in the jurisdiction in question. In 2013, Turkey prohibited the use of tobacco products in restaurants owned by legal entities and entertainment establishments such as cafes, cafeterias, and bars. The law was amended also that year such that any kind of hookah or cigarette that does not contain tobacco but imitates a tobacco product is considered a tobacco product. In 2012, Lebanon prohibited water pipe smoking in public places, including restaurants and cafes. Jordan in 2008 restricted smoking in public places, including restaurants, although a number of accounts indicate that in that jurisdiction, at least, the law has not been well enforced. It has been reported that the government will not renew licenses in 2015 for venues serving water pipe. And finally, in Saudi Arabia, by royal decree, Mecca and Medina were declared tobacco-free in 2001. Water pipe smoking is now prohibited in cafes and restaurants within residential areas and near mosques and schools. Please note that Mecca and Medina are Islam's two most sacred places and are revered by more than 1/5 of the world's population. The World Health Organization reports that, and I quote, "Smoking water pipes in open cafes is particularly frowned upon by religious leaders. It is viewed as committing a sin in public," unquote, challenging good Muslim behavior and potentially promoting smoking behavior among non-smokers. And that's the end of the full quotation. It's reported that Saudi Arabia has since banned smoking, including hookahs, in all government offices and most public places, including restaurants, coffee shops, supermarkets, and shopping malls. So in conclusion, the Ontario campaign endorses the prohibition of water pipes in licensed Toronto establishments, and we look forward to the proposal moving through to Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Sperling. Questions? Councilor Karygiannis.
Thank you for coming to speak to us today. You said in Saudi, the government has banned smoking shisha in public in government offices?
Mm-hmm.
So am I to understand correct, smoking a shisha takes an hour, 45 minutes, an hour and a half?
This is banning smoking. This is not banning smoking hookah. It's banning smoking in government offices.
Tobacco smoking?
Yes.
So they didn't ban hookah smoke, hookah?
I don't know whether they also included hookah in that particular prohibition. I can't tell you that.
Can you go over your notes and read that again?
Sure.
Please?
It is reported that Saudi Arabia, I'm sorry, you're right. It is reported that Saudi Arabia has since banned smoking, including hookahs, in all government offices and most public places, including restaurants, coffee shops, supermarkets, and shopping malls.
I mean, I thought I misunderstood, but I mean, smoking shisha, it takes 45 minutes, an hour.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think any public official, doesn't matter if it's in Canada or in the United States, in Saudi, anywhere else, would be smoking a shisha in his office.
Sounds very odd, but we're
Okay,
going on
so
what
these-
the report
these are
was.
these are some reports that you received. Now, you said, sir, international, national literature has proven that hookah smoking is bad. This was one of the statements that you made.
Yes?
I was wondering, sir, if you can please expand when, where, and the content.
Sorry, when, where,
If you
and?
can expand on the statement that you made, when were these, where were they, and the content?
They're quoted in a number of research studies, including Non-Smokers' Rights Association, which there's a summary of some of those research studies in here. The Board of the Toronto Public Health Research Summary cites a number of those studies, so they're widely quoted, as well as the OTRU study, which is attached to my
So
presentation.
you don't have the when? You have
And the
some of the
dates are all
where,
included in the citations.
and some of the
research.
content, it's not solid.
Pardon me?
Some of the content.
Some of the
Content of the studies.
Yes.
I mean, I was wondering if you can tell us when, where was it published, and the content. Do you have that?
It's in the
No,
report
sorry,
that was
you
given
men-
to
you
you
mentioned it.
by Toronto Public Health. Those studies are cited by name, journal, and date.
You don't know which ones, though, do you?
Not right now. I don't have that particular report in front of me, but I know that they were cited in that report.
In UAE, you said that they prohibited tobacco, smoking, or shishas and tobacco, right?
Smoking tobacco, including in a water pipe, is restricted
all right.
in restaurants and
All
other
right.
public places.
Okay.
Would you like the
But
name of
we're
the
not
law?
allowing tobacco smoking, shishas.
Councillor Karichanis, we're getting
Lounges
to a
in
debate,
Canada,
and
do
you
we?
know the questions have to be through the chair. Through the chair.
All right,
And
through the
and you
chair.
are not doing, you are
Through the
not
chair.
doing that. And please just stick to the questions, real questions.
Questions that I have is of the deputy of the statements that he made, Chair. Now, if those questions are pointed, I apologize, but I want to clarify, they,
Don't engage into a debate, please.
it's not a debate, Chair.
Ask
It's
questions.
not a debate. Sir,
Do you want a
through the-
reference to the United Arab Emirates
through
decision?
the chair, in the UAE, you stated that they banned tobacco.
Yes.
In Canada, do we allow tobacco smoking in the shisha lounges?
We don't allow cigarette smoking, tobacco smoking, because tobacco is the word that's used in the Smoke-Free Ontario Act, if I can mention that, in any enclosed
So,
indoor
through the
public
chair,
place
sir.
or workplace, including restaurants, cafes,
Sir, through
bars,
the
and any
chair,
other public
we're
establishment.
not allowing tobacco smoking in tobacco product in the shisha. They're all molasses. Am I correct?
No, that's not correct, based on the OTRU study, which found in establishments that were just allowing hookah smoking in Toronto, and a graphic summarizing the research results from that study is attached to my presentation, evidence of nicotine,
Sir,
which
through
is
the
the
chair.
marker for tobacco, was
Through the
found in the
chair.
air quality
Through
in
the chair,
those
sir.
establishments.
Through the chair, these people that are selling tobacco are not legal.
Sorry, selling, like offering
Tobacco.
shisha with tobacco in
Right, that's
it.
not legal.
No, that's not.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
The next deputant, Ashraf Hassouna, followed by Dr. Helen Ramsdale. Morning, please go ahead.
How are you, sir?
Good morning, good to have you here, welcome. Please.
Mr. President, the Chairman and respected committee, thank you for allowing me speaking today. I represent the other party, the shisha owner. I'm not going to talk statistic. I'm not going to talk figures. I'm not going to talk about numbers in particular. I presented that on 25th of June in my report, if you recall that. including some figures and estimated fact and numbers. So I'm not today going to go through that. What I want to actually say, or actually talk about, is logic. I see most of the campaign made on shisha is for the sake of the health. My question here is, are we really concerned about health when we find different products in the market still harming the body more than tobacco, but we don't have that main campaign against it? I'm only talking logic. Maybe I don't have the figures right now, but I can say that there are many products in the market that it harm the body, but we're still allowing it, and there is no campaign against it. So my question here is, why particularly the shisha, which has this main concern, where shisha does not make harm on a short term, unlike some other product that cause problem in the street after people get out of those places. I don't want to particularly say what, but I think you understand, guys, what I'm saying. Okay, the second topic is about, they say that the student and young age are coming frequently to shisha bar, and we spoil them. We never spoiled teenager. We stopped them actually coming in because we are parents, we are fathers and mothers, and we don't want to go in that road of no return. So we care about them before anyone else. So when we find people like the teenager, we stop them coming in. However, in my report, I put some recommendation about stopping those young generation from coming to shisha bar, considering that as a father, I don't want young generation to get used to such kind of this. Okay, the other thing that I want to talk about is, in the survey has been made by Toronto Public Health, it was clearly mentioned that in some jurisdiction in United States, like Michigan and Illinois, they have made a study on the financial impact on the business owner when they stop the shisha. And they got a conclusion that if the shisha business make more than 75% of their business, then they will exclude that from the ban. Similarly, the survey made by Toronto Public Health here has found that the shisha bar makes 75% or more of their income from shisha, but still we want to stop and ban it. So in terms of legislation and in terms of treating us the same as other jurisdictions in North America, I request you consider that, as we have seen in the United States, yet there is no ban on the shisha. Still, they considered how this will significantly affect those people. Another thing I want to share with you is ventilation will play a good role, which was in our recommendation to you, sir. And if we ensure that all the places have the right patio where people can sit outdoor and smoke freely, the non-tobacco. So the amount, as it was in the Toronto Public Health report, the amount of the surrounded area will not be as harmed as it is indoor. If we also ensure that the ventilation is good, that we are in. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor De Vermeerke, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for coming today. So you've heard, like you said, the other side. People came here and said smoking or using hookah pipes is dangerous to your health. Do you agree with that?
I agree. On a long term, yes.
Just, and cigarettes will harm us
and
as well.
cigarettes and alcohol and other things.
So why would you think we would treat smoking a hookah pipe any different than smoking a sailor's pipe in a bar? Smoking is smoking.
Yeah. One thing that you have mentioned, that when you banned the cigarette and the smoking in the bars and restaurant before, there was no significant financial loss to the business owners.
Right.
Okay. I request fairly, when we compare, we compare apple to apple. Now, the core business of restaurants and bars are food and beverage. Okay? The core business of establishment now, either they have a tobacco license or they don't, or whether they have a license to be a shisha bar or still licensed only as a restaurant, but the practice over years now is to have shisha as a core business, which make the main income. And then food and beverage come second. But when we want to compare a scenario whereby people go to McDonald's, okay, to eat burger, and I stop the smoking inside, whether that will stop people going to McDonald's and McDonald's will lose money, to a scenario whereby people go to shisha bar to smoke the shisha, and then you stop it totally, so what will be the impact?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would say they're the same. You are aware that when we banned smoking, and I'm of Irish and Belgian heritage, my Irish side of the family was very upset because it's part of their culture to go to a pub and smoke. And all the Irish, like the Black Dog Pub, they said, we will go bankrupt. None of the Irish went bankrupt. They serve good food. So wouldn't it be the same? Your cafe is on Lawrence, I think?
Yes.
A very popular cafe. I haven't been there in a long, long time, but I believe it's a very popular cafe, especially with young people as well.
Well, young people, that was before the trends. Now we stop them coming in, and we try our best to eliminate them from that list, because we recommended actually to stop them.
Because you're afraid that they will be harmed.
If I go in argument on that, afraid to be harmed, yes, of course I'm afraid to be harmed, but the question here is...
No harm, you're afraid the young people would be harmed.
Yeah, of course, of course. I'm afraid to be harmed, and I consider myself also, I don't want them to do, but I don't want them actually to practice that in early age. That's it.
Okay, but your concern is that your business will suffer financially if we were to ban hookah smoking?
For sure. Okay,
Despite
who
the fact
will
that all
pay? Who will pay the rest of my tenant agreement, where it's 5 years, with $12,500 a month? Yeah. Who will pay that?
Yeah, but so through you, Mr. Chair, your concern is that you will suffer financially because of the ban, but you're aware, being in Scarborough on Lawrence Avenue, look around all the other pubs and bars, the bingo halls, the nightclubs, none of them went bankrupt. We have the bingo hall at Kennedy and Lawrence didn't go bankrupt, and they all smoked in there, right? I used to work at the bingo hall. They all smoked, right?
Yeah, but again, as I said, the core business for those establishments before smoking was something else. Now, when we talk about shisha lounge, the core business for them is to provide the shisha. Now, if you stop cigarette from McDonald's inside, people still will go to McDonald's. But if you stop shisha from a place where they serve shisha in particular, of course they will suffer.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I have Councilor Karygiannis and Councilman Leary. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to elaborate on your last comment. So, because Councilor de Beermaker is using this Black Dog
pub
bar and pub that primarily survives on selling booze, right? So they primarily sell booze. That's what they do. That's where their majority of their profit comes in. When people were coming in and smoking in bars, they weren't buying the cigarettes from the bar owner. They were going down the street to buy it and coming in and smoking it.
That's right.
So that's what you're saying, is that your particular product that you sell is the product that the City of Toronto wants to eliminate completely.
Yes,
So they're completely wiping your business out,
of course.
right? That's what you were saying?
Yeah.
Whereas in the Black Dog, the government didn't come along and say we're banning booze.
Yeah.
Because if we were to do that, because booze isn't healthy for you either, is it? To drink is not good for your body either.
Yeah, too. Yeah.
But the government's not coming and telling the Black Dog that we're going to eliminate drinking booze from
Can we get to the
establishments.
question, please? What's the question?
Would you agree with me on that point?
I agree with you 100%.
So it's like an apples and oranges to the Black Dog,
Exactly.
right? That's not your scenario at all. It's not the same as the Black Dog.
Yeah, there is no comparison of apple to apple. You
Right.
compare two different things.
Am I safe in also saying that you're not necessarily relying on making all of your profit on food? That it's the shisha that you make money on?
Even if I sell food, food comes second because no one will go to establishment
Right.
to smoke for 2 hours and doesn't have refreshment or snacks. That basically never happened to anyone.
So someone who sees the term shisha bar or shisha establishment or whatever the license you have on your particular wall says, knows full well that there's shisha smoking going on.
Yes.
There isn't anybody that comes in to say, hey, can you serve me up a hamburger, please? And sits down and wonders why there's so much activity going on with a shisha pipe?
Well, to be honest, there are many people, they come, they are not smokers,
Okay.
but they know that this is a place where the smoke is going on. And for that, we give them a private room, and they know that they have a
Do
private.
you get many people coming in and complaining about the smoke? And
No. I have many people who are not smoking at all, and they come for food because they like the Middle Eastern food.
So you
They
have
sit and eat.
you have a business license?
I have a business license including food and tobacco sales, both.
You have both?
I have both in my license.
Okay. Do you have, has the city come and inspected your establishment in the
Yeah,
past?
yeah.
And what have they said to you? Have they given you a red light, a green food light on your door? You know those posters?
Yeah.
Have they cleared you?
Yeah, I have a pass every time.
So nobody's
The,
ever...
the reason behind that, because I'm food safety auditor. My background is food safety auditor. So I have all the knowledge about the HACCP, the ISO 22000, which talk about the food safety and this. So I separate totally the shisha was
Okay.
around 3 meters away from the kitchen, where there is a complete
All right.
difference between them.
So we've established that you're different than the Black Dog, that if we do this, you're out of business completely. Am I clear
Yeah,
to say that?
Yeah.
We've established that the city's come in and inspected your establishment, and they haven't found anything wrong.
No, they didn't find anything.
You haven't been charged or convicted of any of this stuff that people are saying are illegal in these establishments?
No, no.
And so we've established that. How much money do you give the City of Toronto for your business license?
Okay, if I talk about that, I put everything in my report on 25th of June. It's published on the website for reference of people. So I give the license every year, which is something like $300.
Okay.
Okay, that's for the business license.
Right.
I give HST. I pay HST, I pay income tax.
Okay.
And I pay electricity, utilities.
Okay.
I pay like $15,000 to $16,000 a month.
All right.
For these things.
So my other point that I'll make when I speak, I guess, is that it's easy for government to do all of this stuff, to ban everything. But where are we going to find and I'm assuming there's hundreds of these places, right? Where are we going to find the money that you're currently paying to government in taxes and business licenses when we've already established that if we do this, we're eliminating that industry completely? Where are we going to find that money in our budget?
Normally, that's
I made-
totally unrelated to the, please ask relevant questions.
Well, actually, it's not unrelated because we're asking to abolish a particular industry here. That's what we're.
Okay, I can tell you something.
Where are we going to find the taxes that we're
That's a
currently
debate,
collecting, Mr. Chair?
that's a debate that we'll have it at City Council during the budget process, Councilor. We just,
But if you allow me, sir, just give some estimated figure based on a survey made with my colleagues of business owners, shisha business owner. I can say, which this figure is close to reality, we talk about between $35 to $40 million loss of product and goods and commodities every year based on the ban.
thank you, Councilor Karygiannis.
Thank you. Thanks, sir.
No, you have one more question.
Sorry.
Sorry. How many people under the age of 19 have come to your establishment that you served as shisha?
To be honest, we talk about non-tobacco shisha.
Sorry, do you serve tobacco shisha?
No, we talk about
Is tobacco
non-tobacco.
shisha allowed in hookah bars? Can they serve?
No, it's not allowed, but I just want
And
to
if-
confirm that it's
Okay, but hold
molasses.
on, you got another, so let's just go down this road here.
Yeah.
If you sell tobacco shisha, what are the penalties?
If I sell,
Tobacco shisha, what are the penalties? If you're caught selling tobacco.
I will be under the Smoke-Free Ontario Act, and the penalty will start from $350 and the max of $5,000.
The person that provided for you this tobacco shisha, would he be under some other investigation with the RCMP?
No, he's licensed. He is actually in the vendor
No,
list.
sorry, hold on. The person that would have provided you, in a hypothetical situation, a tobacco shisha, would he be penalized under a federal law for bringing it in?
No.
Okay, let me ask that question again. If you were sold tobacco shisha, the person that sold it to you, would he be under some sort of regulations that prohibit him from doing so, not allowing him to do so, a federal act maybe?
So far is not. I'll tell you why. Because he's selling me with official invoice, has
Yes, sir.
been made by his establishment,
Okay.
and Minister of Finance
All right.
agreed on that, and he's in the list.
You asked 2 or 3 questions, let me answer, please. I want to hear that. Please go
Sir,
ahead.
let me say this again. If by mistake somebody sold you tobacco shisha, will that person be under, would he be breaking some sort of law?
Okay, can we be particular about the nature of this person? Is he a vendor or?
A vendor that sold you tobacco shisha, are there vendors allowed to sell tobacco
Yes,
shisha?
yes.
There is. But you can't use tobacco shisha in your place? You're
You
prohibited.
can't. You can get it and you can sell it for people to go, like people want to buy some tobacco molasses, they can buy it and smoke it somewhere else, not in my cafe.
How many establishments are there in the city of Toronto that are hookah lounges?
I can say between 70 to 100 establishments.
And the people that work inside those establishments, they know the risks for working there.
Well, the people usually work there. They are above the age. This is number one, above 19. They know for a fact, because when we do interview, we tell them that you're going to work as this. And we get actually written consent from them. They agree on working in our place.
Would I be fair to say that a large majority of the people that work in those shisha bars are also smokers of shisha themselves?
They are.
Okay? Would I be able to say that over 80% of them also, after they finish work, sit down and have a shisha?
Yes, for sure. It's one of the, one of the bonus we give to them sometime.
How many minors have come into your establishment, sir, and you've served hookah?
I can say before it used to be between 20 to 25%. Now it's limited to max 10%, which we recommend to stop them totally.
So you would have absolutely no problem in banning sale, of minors coming into your premises?
Of course.
Would you have a problem if we were to say that you're only to sell non-tobacco products?
No, not at all.
Would you have a problem if we were to say that food or liquor not be permitted in this hookah?
I have a problem with that.
Okay.
I'll tell you why. Because the nature of shisha or smoking require refreshment.
Okay, so
I can separate between those two, but it doesn't make any sense.
refreshments are allowed, such as tea, coffee, or juices. Would that be something that you'd be happy with?
And snacks to some extent.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Black Dog has chicken wings.
I think we're done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Helen Ramsdale, next. Morning.
Good morning.
Good to have you here. Please go ahead.
Thank you for allowing me to present to you today. My name is Dr. Helen Ramsdale. I have been a respirologist in Ontario for over 30 years, treating patients with lung disease, many because of their smoking history. I am here to support the proposal to prohibit hookah or water pipe use in licensed establishments. As you heard from the medical officer of health, during hookah use, both the smoke inhaled directly from the mouthpiece and the secondhand smoke are not safe. Even herbal shisha smoke has the same disease-causing small respiratory particles, metals, toxins, cancer-causing substances, and carbon monoxide as tobacco shisha. Nicotine is not the problem with regards to disease caused by tobacco smoking. There is no difference between the smoke from herbal shisha and tobacco shisha with regards to disease-causing contents from mouthpiece smoke. Similarly, side stream smoke that affects the employees contains significant carbon monoxide and respirable particles, just like secondhand tobacco smoke. Thus, hookah use is responsible for preventable disease in both the user and the people who work in the establishment. Young people, and I would like to sort of put in parenthesis that young people to me are people under 30. It's still an age, even if you're over 19, when you can begin smoking. So young people are turning to hookah smoking in increasing numbers in Canada, as you previously heard. It is seen as a cool factor. They think it's safer than smoking cigarettes. They believe that the toxic elements are removed by inhaling through water, and unfortunately, this is not true. Flavored shisha makes it more attractive to young people, and even if they start with non-tobacco shisha, it will be easy for them to progress to tobacco-based products. Starting smoking anything is a slippery slope for them. And then if you add nicotine in, it is highly likely that they will become addicted and progress to regular inhalation of any nicotine-containing products, including shisha and cigarettes. There is the perception of smoking being socially acceptable when anything, including a hookah, is smoked in public. This perception can also lead to young people starting to smoke cigarettes, even if they had not tried a hookah themselves. Smoking many products, including the hookah, causes lung disease because of the constituents of the smoke, not the nicotine. And these diseases include COPD and lung cancer. Cigarette smoking is still a major public health issue for Ontario, despite all the positive effects and benefits of restrictions of smoking in public. Prevention is better than cure. The best way to stop tobacco-related illness is for young people never to take it up in the first place. Nicotine addiction is difficult to treat, and for the smoker, quitting smoking is extremely difficult. If smoking anything is seen as normal, then it is much more likely for young people to start cigarette smoking. I urge you to recommend the prohibition of hookah smoking in licensed establishments in Toronto, which will go a long way to ensuring that young people do not see smoking as socially acceptable, as well as decreasing disease in employees. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councillor Janis.
Thank you very much for coming. I really appreciate your time. Would you be supportive that we target young people and have an education for them, not only not smoke hookah, but not smoke, period?
Yes, I would support an education program, yes.
Would you be supporting if hookah lounges were to exist in the future, that we ban minors from entering?
Well, I think I was trying to explain earlier that it's not minors that I think are particularly, I mean, it's the start of the problem, but I think anybody over the age of 19 is still at risk for developing smoking habits and seeing smoking as socially acceptable.
True, but I mean, if you're over the 19 and you want to smoke, you'll smoke. Nobody can stop you.
There's
Right?
no, yeah,
So you smoke at home, you smoke in your car,
right,
that's your choice.
it is.
So if there is a controlled element, a controlled establishment that only people that know that I'm going to go in there and have a smoke is allowed, should we continue to support that?
I'm not sure that people who are even in their 20s understand exactly what it is that they are getting themselves into.
Let me paraphrase a bit and give you another scenario. And I mean, I want to get your input in this. There's addicts that we have for them clinics where they can go and safely inject themselves in order for them to be in a controlled environment. Similarly, I mean, these people know that doing drugs is a bad thing. But if we were to ban those establishments, then the people that are actually addicts will be shooting themselves in the alleys and they will be more in danger. Wouldn't you also say that if we were to ban the establishment where people smoke hookah, they will go underground and you don't know what kind of flavors or stuff, I mean, and it would be stuff that would be in the tobacco. There could be other harmful stuff in there. Wouldn't it be more helpful that if the people that want to smoke have a place where they can go smoke? Hard question, eh?
Well, it's a hard question because you're saying that smoking will go underground, which sounds like a bad thing, when in fact people can still smoke in their own home. They can use hookahs in their own home, and that's not underground. That's just a part of life that people are choosing to do that. But it's not in a public place.
Good doctor, I would say to you, with verified facts, and definitely can give you addresses where people that want to smoke hookahs in places where they can't, that they choose not to smoke at home for the safety of their families, but they will go to these clubs, private clubs, back alleys, and they would be smoking. Wouldn't you agree with me that it's better for them not to be in those situations, but to be in an establishment which is controlled and licensed, and we know what they're smoking, we know what the risks that are, and similar to having places where people that are addicts to dope can safely inject themselves?
You mean like raves?
Please.
Sorry, I lost.
Okay, let me
train
try
of
one
thought
more
there.
time. Wouldn't it be safer for people that are willing to smoke to go to establishments that are licensed?
But as far as I understand it, you are not licensing hookah smoking. You are licensing the food in
Well-
these establishments.
Well, I got a motion later on that will come up that there'll be no food, be strictly hookah smoking. Wouldn't that be something that it'd be better off versus going underground or smoking at home, that you can pass on, smoke to, I mean, at home ain't going to be molasses, it's going to be tobacco smoking. To your children and to your spouse, or to vice versa, wouldn't it be better to go to a controlled establishment where you can partake in the habit, the cultural habit?
I think it's a really tough question. There is no right answer.
Thank you, ma'am. You have
Thank you,
answered
ma'am. Appreciate it, thank you.
question. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you. The next deputant is Bubane Sivanandanam. Ma'am, if I mispronounce your last name, please forgive me.
It's okay, it's really long. I was in grade 3 before I learned to spell it, so it's fine.
Please go ahead.
Hi, members of Licensing and Standards Committee. My name is Bhuvani, and I'm a member of the Youth Health Action Network, YAN, which is an established group of youth from across the city of Toronto. We're passionate about taking action on health issues affecting young Torontonians through education and advocacy, namely in the area of tobacco control. A few of us spoke at the Board of Health meeting on June 1st about hookah use amongst the youth in our city. And today, I'm here on behalf of YAN to do the same. We have seen hookah use increase in popularity over the past few years. And what might start off as an experimental experience for young people can easily escalate into a habitual practice. When you consider the wide variety of shisha flavors that are available, the glamorization of hookah use in the media, and just how accessible this activity is, you can understand why it would be so appealing to young people. Hookah use is seen as an easy way to socialize with friends, and is also seen as an affordable activity that you can do. In fact, a night out at a hookah lounge costs about just as much, is cheaper than a movie, and lasts about just as long. What we as the Youth Health Action Network find most alarming, however, is the fact that young people are not aware of the harms associated with hookah smoking. We actually interviewed several young people near Ryerson University to find out what they thought about hookah smoking. And right now, I'd like to show you a quick clip of some interviews.
I don't think there's harm. It's like a relaxation thing, kind of like weed. Yeah. It's fun. I don't know any negatives.
It's not really smoking, so it's just to feel like that you're smoking, but you're not actually smoking anything that bad for you or whatever, so it's like an alternative or something.
A water pipe supposedly is more healthy because you don't have all those chemicals used to sustain a cigarette made in a factory, but it's still bad for you.
It's a lot more common than smoking cigarettes. I mean, I know a lot of my friends go and do shisha, it's very common. And I don't know, I hear that it's not as harmful.
You have a choice of putting tobacco in there or not, and some people don't, so it's an easy way of saying you smoke but you don't use tobacco, so it's not, you make yourself think that it's not as harmful.
Some people tell me, there's some health issues with it or whatever, but I don't know, I think it seems fine to me.
There's no tobacco in it usually, it's just, and there's lots of flavors and things like that.
I don't think secondhand smoke is as big an issue because it is just 5% tobacco and it just isn't as thick. I don't know, that's based on my experience.
I didn't even know that you can get secondhand smoke from, I guess if you're doing it on a consistent basis, like if you're doing it every day, maybe around children, I guess that same effects as cigarettes. I didn't even think of that.
So as you can see from the video, a lot of the youth were not aware of the harms associated with hookah smoking and actually believed that it was a healthier alternative to smoking, which evidence from the Board of Health report has shown is untrue. Since Jan was hearing a lot of the same themes emerge from our peers, we decided to take action and created materials like an informative postcard, which you have with you, as well as this video. We also participated in local community outreach events to inform youth about the risks of hookah. We recognize that education alone is not enough to address this issue. Education may discourage health-conscious individuals from visiting a hookah lounge, but it doesn't help protect employees and others who may not have a choice to be in these spaces for the harmful effects of secondhand hookah smoke. We therefore support the recommendations of this report and those made in the Board of Health report to ban hookah smoking in licensed establishments, as we feel that this is the most effective approach to address this issue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Questions? One quick question from Councillor Mamolini.
Did you guys put this out?
Yes, we did. We created that and put it together.
Who paid for it?
The Toronto Public Health.
Oh, I see. So Toronto paid for these.
Yeah.
Do you know the cost or no?
No, I'm not aware of the cost.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you. The next deputant is Magde Gurgugis.
Sorry.
Magde Burgu.
The next 4 people on the list are all cafe owners, but in the interest that the presentation has already been made, instead of going through repetitions, same information, we're going to skip. The last person on the list is going to be making the final presentation.
Yeah, that's fine. That's great. Please come forward. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can I have your name, please?
Yeah, my name is Rizik Sayes. I'm not a professional in any means, and this is my first time attending something like this. However, I do have concerns on things that I want to address with you. I'm a cafe owner, Three Kings Cafe, Lawrence and Warden. We do serve non-tobacco flavor, and we serve drinks, and we are starting to serve food. So a few things I want to talk about. Literally every single bar owner understands that smoking is a risk. Whether you're smoking, we believe vapor smoking could be a risk, you know what I mean? So any type of smoking could be a risk, we know that. Anything you smoke other than, anything you breathe into your lungs other than natural air could be damaging to your health. So we're not disputing the fact that this is possible. Just like cigarette smoking is also, we understand that it's not healthy. The indoor CO2, we can easily install carbon dioxide detectors everywhere and see if that does anything. For the doctor, actually, when he was mentioning a lot of those things, a lot of the flavors we're using just come in no packaging. Every single thing comes in packaging. We do have, the label is on everything. Unless they empty it out. So the label is on everything. We actually have the flavors pretty much stacked outside of our counter for everybody to see. And anybody wants to see what's the ingredients, they are more than welcome to do so. Just like any other product, you can read the ingredients, you probably won't understand it, but we have it there. So it's not, we're not trying to hide the ingredients of what's going on in these non-tobacco items. So also another thing, sorry. Okay, another thing also with the carbon dioxide, has there been research done in places like barbecue grills, Korean barbecue grills, where you have 40 pieces of literally things running on coal or whatever they're using? Has there been research to show that, is there any damage that we are doing that is worse than that? Just a thought. The biggest thing I want to talk about is actually the students and the young people or the young Democrat that everyone is concerned about. First of all, I'm not a father, so I cannot speak on behalf of any children that I do not have. However, I am a business owner. This might sound ignorant to say, however, as a business owner, my interest is not to target children. The reason being is children are literally, they simply cannot afford our product the way we want to make the money or the way we want to be in business. So it's actually a disadvantage for us to have younger audience. We bought Three Kings Cafe a year ago, and we have vouched to not let anybody under the age of 19. Now, this is a choice we've made, and it's not because we know it's more harmful for kids than adults. It could be just as harmful for both parties. However, the problem with that is the fact that we don't want children to be exposed to that. Just like tobacco, for example, you don't want children to be exposed to tobacco. Children, I believe, or younger audience can smoke at 16, but they cannot buy tobacco till they're 19, I believe. That's the current rule or something close to that. So anyways, the point is children we don't even want that in our stores. So we're more than happy to implement it. We already implemented it. I don't know about other bars, but we're happy to implement it, and I'm sure they will have no problem implementing any age limit for people that are not considered adults. If you ban hookah, you will definitely have it more outdoors. Just based on my experience, and I do talk to my customers, and I'm very good with my customers. I know one of the speakers was actually worried about the cultural problem, right? So if you're stopping me from doing something that essentially I do every day or something that I enjoy, that's something against my rights, which is not really rights. But at the same time, there was a similar case in Markham where people of Asian descent eat shark fins, and that was labeled illegal everywhere except Markham because it's part of their culture. A lot of our customers, actually mainly all of our customers walk in. They know it's a hookah lounge. It's not a surprise. They don't go in for the food or drinks. The food or drinks are an option that you are able to get. However, they know it's a hookah bar. The whole argument with, starting with hookah and ending up as a slippery slope is really not valid, because I can say the same thing.
Thank you, Mr. Saez. Questions, Councilor Krijanis?
Thank you for coming, sir. If we were to ban the hookah part of your business, the hookah lounge part, will your business still continue to survive, or?
As of today, if this ban goes on, the day this ban goes on, I will guarantee you 100%, I personally will not be in business, and none of my employees will be employed with me.
How many people do you employ?
I have 4 staff members and 1 manager.
So there's 6 families that?
Essentially, yes.
So there's about, we were told, something like 100 bars?
I believe the exact number is 72, and I believe we have a list of them. That's the 72 we know of.
So the majority of the 72 that you know have anywhere between 4 to 6 people working for them?
Essentially, yes.
So we could look at 300 families to be affected?
Minimum. That's what we know of.
In any of your knowledge, sir, any of these 72 or 100, whatever there is, any of these bars, hookah lounges, hookah bars, serve tobacco products?
We are not allowed to serve it, and from my knowledge, we do not serve it. We serve herbal. We do get, it doesn't look as easy as everybody thinks. We do get inspectors coming in all the time, and it's not like they call us and be like, hey, we're coming on this day. It's a surprise visit to your store, and they're walking inside and they're looking at everything. These guys don't ask for permission. They just walk in and inspect whatever they want.
Most of these products are brought in from overseas, am I correct?
From what I believe so, no, they are not made in Canada, if that's the question. Not that I'm aware of.
So when they come from overseas, I mean, the products that you sell, are they made in Canada or overseas?
I don't think they're made in Canada. I am not too sure. We do purchase them in Canada, and they are just regular.
They've gone through customs, they've
Of
gone
course,
through vendor's license?
they're non-tobacco products, so they don't go under the tobacco license, so they don't go under the customs and all that stuff.
What we heard today, that some of the lounges are selling tobacco products, that doesn't stand, does it?
I didn't see any research as I attended here, and to us, no. So as of we know, we don't know.
How much business would you lose if the people under the age of 19 were not allowed to enter your bar?
We would absolutely, on my behalf, on my bar, I cannot speak on everyone else, on my bar and a few bars that I personally know the owners, I would lose absolutely nothing, and so would those bars, with the exception of Alexandria's, which said they might have a small percentage of people like that, around 25% or so. With me and other bars that I'm aware of, it's a 0%, so we don't.
Is the majority of your clients, are they a particular culture background, or do you have a lot, everybody?
Mostly it's, hookah was actually, I believe, invented in India, but for some reason it was attached with the Arabic and Middle Eastern culture. So mainly hookah is actually attached to the Middle Eastern culture. So it's mainly Middle Eastern culture. And then, you get other people that do try it out. It's not something that's exclusive.
So would this be an attack on 650, 750, 800,000 people from the Middle East that live in Toronto?
This would absolutely be an attack on us personally, and it will also be an attack on other people as well, because some people do enjoy hookah, but mainly Middle Easterns. Yes, you are directly attacking me as a Middle Eastern by stopping me from doing so.
Just to clarify a question that was asked earlier and it probably was not answered right, is there hookah hookahs that have more than one outlet, that have 2 or 3 or 4 outlets?
Yeah, there are. Just to go into that question, most of us actually don't serve that. It's
There
not-
exists, right?
They do exist. We don't serve it.
Okay, and when people are smoking, they have their individual
Yes, so they
pipes.
do have their individual pipes which get cleaned. They also, each person get their own mouthpiece. Nobody charges for a mouthpiece. They cost us nothing. We buy like
So
10,000.
the mouthpieces, if somebody, there's 2 or 3 people smoking one
Just
hookah
leave them,
with
yeah.
one pipe, the people do not share, they have different mouthpieces.
It's up to them if they want to share. We leave the mouthpieces right there on the plate for them, and they're more than welcome to come get any more mouthpieces.
Thank you, sir.
No problem.
Thank you. Councilor Mamudini.
I can't help but ask this, but were you aware of what Councilor Karygiannis was asking? Do you feel that there's a whole culture under attack with this?
I feel like my
Said yes to
culture,
that.
I feel like my culture is under attack, and I can speak on myself, I can speak on behalf of a lot of friends that I know. I know this might seem biased, but at the same time, if once you see a hookah, the first thing you think about is the Middle East. That's really what, culturally, what you think of, the first thing.
So you believe that if we ban hookah smoking in Toronto, it's actually an attack on the Middle Eastern citizens?
In my personal belief, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. The last deputant is Roberta Terence. Welcome.
I guess
to
it's
have
good
you here.
afternoon now,
go
Chairman
ahead.
and committee. I'm very pleased to be here. Again, I've made previous deputations to the Board of Health. Excuse me. I'm a senior scientific advisor for the Ontario Tobacco Research Unit at the University of Toronto. I'm an epidemiologist. I've done work on secondhand smoke for over 25 years, and I have done research on hookah for the last 6 or 7 years. I was an expert witness in the BC court case, which has been discussed today, and I was the lead investigator on the Toronto water pipe study, which others have very ably discussed this morning. I will try not to duplicate points that have been made because there's not much time, but I will try and address a few points that were not made. Well, as you've heard, hookah smoke is very toxic, contains high levels of fine particulates, carbon monoxide, benzene, heavy metals, and other contaminants. Contrary to what a lot of people think, the water does not filter toxic materials from the smoke. There's a recent study on that showed no difference with or without water. The point that hasn't been made is that about at least 3/4 of the particulates and contaminants come from the burning of charcoal, and this is different than other forms of smoking. So with tobacco smoking, you get the burning of a vegetable matter, tobacco. With hookah, you get the burning of vegetable matter, either tobacco or herbal hookah, but you also get burning charcoal. And in our study, we found as many as 27, I think, burning charcoals in one venue. Now, everybody knows you don't barbecue indoors. People have died because of that during power failures. But here we see people being exposed to charcoal burning indoors, and very high levels. Carbon monoxide's been mentioned a lot. Some of these, in one venue, the level exceeded the 15-minute limit for industry under the Ontario provincial legislation. So it's just not just a little higher, it's 3 times higher than what you'd get in a bar where people were smoking cigarettes. I'd also like to mention it's not just chronic effects. There can be acute harms asthma attacks, heart attacks, and also infectious diseases. So even though most places now offer individual disposable mouthpieces, we don't know how well the hoses have been cleaned, and it's still quite easy to suck in somebody else's saliva. There have been recorded cases of meningitis. Certainly, one of the reasons Egypt was considering a ban, and that they did implement something actually last April, was because of very high rates of tuberculosis. Contrary to what some people think, that tobacco or herbal products is not just warmed by the charcoal, it burns at a low temperature where you actually get more smoke than you do. Higher temperature burning is cleaner burning. You'll know from gas stove, if it's blue, it's okay. If it's yellow, it's not so good. There's a recent study on labeling that found that a lot of hookah products are mislabeled as far as nicotine content goes. So some of those that were supposed to be nicotine-free had quite high levels when they were tested of nicotine. So the cafe owner may not know what they're getting. There's almost no regulation of this. Interestingly, we did do a study on Korean barbecue. This was raised by the ministry at the time, Ministry of Health in the province. And what we found is much lower levels. In fact, most Korean barbecue places have switched to gas because they know charcoal is not something you use indoors. We only found one business that was still using charcoal, and even there were occasional spikes, but nothing like what we found. You didn't have 27 charcoals going for hours in a venue, so the levels of exposure were much lower, and people didn't stay as long either. With my submission, I've enclosed 2 papers, I'll just mention here, that summarize all the research literature. One is an actual research synthesis by Alan Shahade et al. He's in Beirut, Lebanon, and he's one of the premier researchers in the world, and there are colleagues from all over the world that he works with on his research. And their conclusion was...
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Karygiannis.
Thank you for coming. You mentioned Egypt.
Yes.
Can you give us an update as to what's happening in Egypt?
I can't give you an update on that, and I don't think it's... I looked it up while I was sitting here because it was raised. It wasn't on my list. Apparently, the ban is very recent. I don't know how well it's enforced, but the government officials did express concern for health effects of hookah smoking.
Was this done municipally or throughout the whole country?
I'm not sure. I think it was for the country, but I'm not up to date on that country. There are several other countries, though, and you'd have to refer to references in mine and other...
I'm asking you the question because you said Egypt.
Yes.
In your comments, can you read your comments?
I raised it in the context of concerns about health.
Can you read your comments
not-
again on Egypt, please? And so that way I can further my question. I might have forgotten.
I said that the minister, or one of the health officials, they were concerned about the high levels of tuberculosis. I raised that in the contents of health effects. I don't have the details of the legislation with me.
So you're not sure if it was banned or anything was written or anything is in the books?
I could get that for you.
So if I was to tell you in 2007, Parliament banned smoking in public spaces but never enforced the law and never released any regulation surrounding the ban. This is about Egypt. Would you agree or disagree with me?
I believe that the most recent material shows that April 1st, 2015, that they have, yeah, I'm aware of what you just said, that they have implemented something new. I don't know how well it's working. I can't tell you that right now, but I could try to find out.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Question.
Councilman Molina.
Mr. Chairman, and forgive me, but I do have questions just based on what deputants are saying. And some deputants are clear in terms of their advocacy to support what's in front of us and get rid of the industry completely. But the argument, one argument that struck out that you used today was the part about the pieces that are disposable. You said that even if they are disposable, they could cause a risk. Did you say that?
No, I said that the pipes or hoses could still have saliva from somebody else in them that,
Even if they're switching those?
yes, because it's.
Okay. So here's my question to
How
you.
hard you,
I get why you're here, and I get why you're arguing. I get it all. I understand it. You advocate for what's in front of us because of your research and what you've done. But don't our own healthcare workers in laboratories, and even the police, when they pull somebody over and want to take a breathalyzer, they replace those things on a regular basis. Are you suggesting that the same sorts of risk are there in a system with our health, and even when we get pulled over by the police, perhaps?
breathalyzer's not a hookah pipe.
No, but they do replace it, don't
I don't want to get into that because I don't, I've just seen this written, and I believe it is the case that the hoses can be contaminated.
Those hoses
You can't compare a hookah and a breathalyzer.
No, but if you're replacing those things even in laboratories where they have you do tests, that saliva can probably be in those machines as well.
I'm not sure these other ones have hoses. I don't know, so I.
Councilor, and Mr. Evans has answered your question twice. Any other questions?
I just find it odd, the level of arguments that come up just to defeat the industry, incredible.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Could I just make a final point?
Nope.
That
I'm sorry, you just went over the 5 minutes.
Can I just
Mark,
make one point
is,
here? And that is that the
Thank you, ma'am. Your presentation is over.
original
Thank you.
bylaw, the intent was to protect the public.
Thank you, ma'am. We are.
It is not
we're done.
protecting the public.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak to this item? Thank you. So now we'll move to questions to staff. Any questions to staff? Visiting members of council first. Then we'll move to committee. Councilor Karygiannis, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to staff, how many establishments are there that are actually, we have licensed to have shisha lounges?
So through you, Mr. Chair, we actually don't license shisha lounges. We license premises that are eating establishments. Our understanding from the work done by Public Health, they estimate approximately 60 locations that have shisha consumption within them.
Through you, Chair, would you be able to estimate how many people work at those locations?
No, through you, Mr. Chair, that's not information available to us, sir.
Through you, Chair, have any of these establishments been charged or charges laid against them for selling non-tobacco products?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll defer to the doctor, but the selling of non-tobacco products is not prohibited by any law.
Let me try to rephrase the question. Through you, Chair, have we any evidence that these 60 establishments are serving tobacco hookahs?
There is evidence from the study referred to of nicotine in the air samples that supports the idea that there is tobacco-containing shisha being burned. We also know that tobacco-containing shisha has been found in the premises, and in some cases it's been seized as contraband.
Would you be able to, would you be able to establish a percentage on that through the chair? Good doctor?
I don't have a percentage with me at the moment, no.
So like, would it be 1 off, 2 off, 3 off, 5 off, 10 off, 20 off?
It would not be a majority in terms of people who have been premises where we found tobacco-based shisha. In terms of the proportion that were found to have nicotine in the air in the study that was done, almost all of them had at least some level of nicotine in the air samples.
How many of them, through the chair, how many of them had you visited? Or how many establishments have they been tested?
Are you referring to the OTRU study?
Well, sorry, through the chair, you said that most of them have tobacco.
I believe there were 17 establishments that were included in the OTRU study.
Okay. Is there a campaign right now on the go that you are supporting to youth groups to ban tobacco products?
There's an education campaign which has been developed, which does focus on youth to advise youth about the hazards associated with hookah smoking.
Through the chair, this was introduced and was said that Health, City of Toronto Health is supporting it in a video.
Yeah, we certainly do work with youth groups on a range of different health issues. This is one of the issues that youth are concerned about, and we've supported them to bring forward that concern.
How much money have we allocated to this campaign through you, Chair?
I'm sorry, are you referring to the education campaign or the support of the youth group?
The educational campaign, support of the youth group, the printing material, the video.
I'm not sure that I can get that. I can get that number for you. I don't have it right in my head. It is part of a provincially funded program for tobacco education and control.
Thank you, Chair.
Councilor Mamalini.
The study that you're referring to, what's it called again?
It was a study that Dr. Ference, who just spoke to us, conducted, and it's from the Ontario Tobacco Research Unit.
What's the name of it again?
The name of the study?
You referred to it in answering Councillor Karygiannis' question.
Yes, I did. I didn't refer to it by name. I'm not sure what it was called when it was published, but it was a study of air quality in establishments in Toronto where hookah is being used.
Strictly Toronto?
Yes.
Okay. Has anybody been actually charged at all or taken to court in this matter?
Well, as I say, there is no legislation restricting hookah broadly or non-tobacco hookah.
My question is, in Toronto,
yes,
has anybody in this industry, the owners of these establishments or otherwise, been charged and convicted?
The only charges that I'm aware of have had to do with the presence and sale of contraband tobacco.
Not the hookah?
No, because that's not regulated currently, and the recommendation is that it be regulated.
So nobody's been charged with the hookah or the shisha?
Nobody has been charged under a law that doesn't yet exist.
It's not what I asked. It's not what I'm asking. Okay?
Councilor Mamalini, please.
I'm asking, I only have 5 minutes, and it's irritating as hell when they don't answer the question. The question is, did anyone get charged
I got to interject.
with, you're not.
Hold on.
You can't do that. You can't
Councilor
do that.
Mamalini.
On the
You can't
basis of
interject as
some
staff.
alignment of
You
staff.
You can't do that as staff.
I can do that
No,
as
you
staff.
can't.
I've got the procedural
It's not a
bylaw
part
right
of the
here, Council.
procedural bylaw, sir.
It is.
You can't do that.
It is.
No, you can't.
Yes, under
You're not an
section
elected
27.
official, sir.
Councilor
You're not an
Mamalini,
elected official.
I'm permitted to
You're
make a
not
statement.
I'm warning you that you stop now.
No,
You are
you can't-
ejected.
You
yeah.
can't allow staff to interject like
Please,
this.
Yes, I can.
Security,
can't.
get Councilor Mamalini out of this room.
I beg your pardon? I beg your pardon? I beg your pardon?
Councilor Mamalini, you've been obstructing the functionality and the proceedings of this
And how have
committee
I done
from
that?
the very
Did I
beginning.
interject? How did I do that?
You've been asked over and over again to act
To do what?
with civility and decorum.
I would ask you to
and
play
you
back
haven't
any
done
of the
so.
tapes that show any of that, Mr. Chairman.
And you
Any of them.
were speaking at all
Any of them.
times
I've asked
has been
questions. That's
offensive,
all I've done.
disrespectful, and unparliamentary.
I've asked questions.
And your language is not acceptable.
Which languages are they, Mr. Chairman?
And therefore, you are being ejected of this committee.
For what? I challenged the chair on this. For what? I challenge the chair.
We recess for lunch, and we'll come back at in 1 hour, 1:30.
Mr. Chairman. I've challenged the chair, Mr. Chairman, on the ruling.
Hold.
Okay. Okay, we're in recess, and when we come back, we'll deal with it.
Staff are not going to run the city of Toronto. They're not going to do it, not as long as I'm here.
Calling this meeting to order. Before we recessed, there was a level of confusion and something that I would consider as chair unparliamentary. And under section 27-46, members' responsibility during a meeting, I think that we all know what it means. And in terms of speaking respectfully to the public, to members of council, and to city staff, using appropriate language, refraining from using any offensive, disrespectful, or unparliamentary language about any other member, any city official, or other city employee, or the city council as a whole. These rules, these are under chapter 27-46 of the procedure by law. My ruling, and with regards to what transpired before the recess, it had to do with that aspect where a number of points of privilege and points of order had came forward from the very beginning, and which were not points of order or privilege, and it was becoming points of obstruction, and which did not and were not allowing to carry out the functions and proceedings of the committee. I requested the member and members to act accordingly to the rules of procedure. And that was done not only once or twice. Speaking respectfully at all times and refraining from using offensive, disrespectful, or unparliamentary language about any member of council, city officials, or member of the public. It's very clear within that procedure by law. So my ruling was based on what transpired at the end. And when I rule, Councilor Mamolidi challenged my ruling during a matching screen, and without listening to what I was saying, that he cannot challenge the chair, any other member of the committee could challenge the chair, but not the person who is being ejected in this case. Since no one at that point challenged the chair, I did call the recess. Point of order.
Chair, in the mayhem that happened, I think the chair moved too quickly to call recess.
Councilor, there is no debate on the ruling.
I challenge the chair.
So there are steps that can be taken in terms of what transpired. And that's how to appeal the chair's removal of a member. And that's under Chapter 27, subsection 47, and B. So any member of the committee who wants to appeal the ruling of the chair can do so, and that can be entertained by the committee.
I'd like to take that opportunity that you mentioned and challenge the chair on that issue. That was my intent before we broke, but the calling for a break came too soon, and we were not able to do that. I think cooler heads should prevail in order for us to move forward, Chair.
I do appreciate that. in the spirit of being flexible, in the spirit of conducting the business of the committee, at this point, I will allow the ruling of the chair to be challenged based on whatever it transpired. There is no debate on that, and at this point is, so the ruling of the chair has been challenged. All those in favor to, yes, Councillor de Vermaker.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the challenge was. That you shouldn't have that you shouldn't have called recess? That's what I thought I heard you say, but.
So
No,
hold on.
No, the
Through the chair.
ruling, I was very clear. No, the ruling was to expel Councilor Mamolidi. Yeah, and that's what's been
Challenged.
Opinion.
That's been challenged. You're ruling that, sorry, say it again, that.
That Councilor Mamolidi be expelled, given what transpired from the, and there are other aspects in terms of reinstating that.
So the motion is shall the
No debate on that, and at this point is, should the ruling of the chair be upheld? All those in favor? And there are other steps that we can take right there as well.
That's right. That's right.
Councilor Mamolidi.
There is no debate on that, so the,
Well, the clarification, I think
Is-
you owe
there's no
clarification to the people that know how to, they want to know how they vote.
I need some clarification, for example.
is, Madam Clerk, please.
Well, my question would be, Madam Clerk,
Consequences.
what are the consequences of my voting to uphold the chair? How does an apology fit into the overall picture? I mean,
Under Section 48B of the Procedures Bylaw, any member other than the member ordered to leave the meeting may appeal the chair's ruling, and council or a committee may overturn the chair's ruling. Under Section C, if the member ordered to leave the meeting informs the clerk that he or she wishes to apologise, the clerk tells the chair of the member's request. The chair allows the member to return to the meeting solely to apologise to the committee. And 3, after the apology, the committee may consent to allow the member to return.
and if we uphold,
If you uphold the ruling of the chair, Councillor Mamolidi is
not be
removed
allowed
from the
to,
committee.
not be allowed to make an apology.
Yes, unless the apology is.
Can
Unless,
this-
there's-
can the
unless,
committee still entertain an apology?
yes, yes.
Okay. To uphold the ruling of the chair, all those in favor? Against? 2 and 3, okay. So that loses.
Mr. Chairman, on a point of privilege.
Point of privilege.
Mr. Chairman, I had a chance to reflect over lunch and also look at the proceedings as they stood, and while I am prepared to venture into suggesting that and asking our health officials some questions that maybe they could have been asked a different way by myself, I will always hold firm in believing that staff are bound to the procedural bylaws just like we are, and just like this vote took place did, and should not be interjecting and challenging any one elected official in any of the proceedings. That's why we have an integrity commissioner, and that's the purpose of the integrity commissioner. It is not to yell at another member of council on the floor of the committee. So I apologize for perhaps the tone I may have used with the health official in asking the question, even though I still don't know exactly who I offended with that, but I'll apologize in good keeping, but I cannot, in good faith, allow staff to interject and yell at other members of council, and I need you to know that. And I'll always challenge that.
Mr. Chair.
Now we have the deputy city manager that, please, go ahead.
Prior to the break, I interjected under Section 2743 of the procedural bylaw, which allows you, Mr. Chair, to permit statements by a city official like myself when the integrity of civic officials are questioned, either directly or indirectly. I was about to do that and did not have the opportunity to explain my interjection, which I would have done so because while the counselor may not have liked the answers were being given, he was being given answers, and he was implying that he was being given disingenuous answers, to which I think is objectionable in terms of integrity point of view, and I felt obligated to protect that integrity by trying to interject and raise concerns with a line of questioning.
Thank you. We'll continue with Councilor Karygiannis.
Chair, I want to thank you. I'm not sure if you want to call it
a point of order.
I will venture on a point of order if I can, and allow me some latitude, sir. I think what happened probably was at the heat of the moment. Certainly, Parliament.
No, that's not a point of, is not a point of order.
Point of privilege? Allow me some latitude, if I may.
Point of privilege.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I think what probably did occur was at the heat of a debate. Maybe some of us might have been off, but I think it's necessary that staff has to know that now, in the future, in the past, that all interjections have to go through you. So, although I heard an apology from Mr. Mamalidi, and I heard Mr. Livy's response, I think that we should all just reflect for 30 seconds and move on. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chair, I have to interject one more time, unfortunately, to indicate I was trying to get your attention through you to make my point.
Thank you. Is a word of caution. A word of caution. Is Councilor Mamalidi, that's unacceptable once again, and that's my last warning. And this is going to be a word of caution. Points of order or privilege that has been raised over and over again are becoming points of obstruction. That's not allowing, for God's sakes, to carry out the functions and procedures of this committee. This is not the first time. It's happening over and over again. I request that the member or members of the committee, please, let's act accordingly. The rules of procedure are in place. This is not a playground. We have to speak respectfully at all times and refraining from using offensive, disrespectful, and unparliamentary language about any member, city officials, or between us, for God's sakes. And all of you know the bylaws, you know the procedure bylaws, you've been in chairing positions, so you know exactly what I'm talking about. Point of order. Councilor Mamalidi.
Mr. Chairman, you're right. I've been around for 25 years, and I do know the procedural bylaws. At least I thought I did. Mr. Livy said to you just a few minutes ago that he tried to get your attention, understanding that that's a part of the procedural bylaws. In not attaining your particular attention, he chose to yell the matter out. And that's the part of it that I can't live with. If Mr. Livy would have gotten your attention...
He did try.
Well, he didn't. That's the point I'm making. He didn't and then yelled it out. And that, for me, is contrary to the bylaw. And that's the part of it that I can't live with and will never be able to live with. Staff cannot just yell out their feelings whenever they feel like it.
Point well taken. Let's move on. We have business to conduct. We're in the questioning to staff. Councilor Mamalidi, you are done with your questioning there. Councilor Karygiannis, you are done with your questioning as well. You went through it. It's more than enough. And Any other member of council that has questions to city staff?
Point of order. I really wasn't done with my questioning.
You had your 5 minutes. I was paying attention.
No, there was only 2.5 minutes at that point.
I do pay attention, Councilman.
It wasn't 5 minutes, sir.
Yes.
It was 2.5
If
minutes.
there is going to be another second round, I'll give the latitude.
I'll take it then.
Is any other member of the committee who would like to ask questions to staff? If not, okay. Councilman Mulidi, you have another round.
Yep. I guess the same person I was asking questions of before I was interrupted. Yes? So just to make it clear through the chair, the question was, did anyone in the industry in the city of Toronto ever get charged or convicted of a tobacco infraction?
Yes, there have been charges under tobacco legislation for members of this industry.
Through the form of the shisha?
No, not because of improper or illegal activities related specifically to shisha, other parts of tobacco legislation.
All right. So, in other words, there may have been infractions with someone with tobacco in its entire form, but not with the shisha industry.
With the industry, but not with shisha activities, I would say, for clarity. And I would point out, as I mentioned earlier, that there are a number of barriers to effective enforcement in the current situation.
But nobody's been charged or convicted.
For activities specifically related to shisha, that is correct.
I guess my question is then why are we, using the whole tobacco thing with the shisha industry as a mechanism to ban this industry? That part of it I don't understand. If nobody's been charged, there isn't a precedent in the industry right now. How is it that we're using the tobacco argument to ban the whole industry?
I'm not sure what's meant by using the tobacco argument. I referred to tobacco legislation as an example of some approaches in response to several questions. This is an alternate form of smoking, which sometimes involves tobacco. It's a similar situation in which you've got combustion occurring indoors, which is creating hazardous air quality for both patrons and workers. So there are some parallels.
Why are we attempting to get rid of what I would consider, and I'd like to ask any staff this question at this point, in terms of how much revenue the City of Toronto makes from this industry every year? Maybe that'll be the second question. But why are we taking a lead in your department with this and not allowing the province to do it, given the fact that the province has spent all this money on the studies, given the fact that the Ministry of Housing perhaps has those concerns? Why aren't we letting them deal with this issue through legislation, as opposed to creating chaos in eliminating an industry that we're making money from without us having an alternate plan to make up the difference in revenue that we're making if we're going to get rid of them?
I would say three things in response to that question. First, the province has been requested to legislate in this area, and the response has been quite modest. They've introduced some changes which will take effect in January, which will make it somewhat easier for public health inspectors to seize shisha, to have it analyzed.
So shouldn't we wait until January then to see what the province does, as opposed to deal with it at committee today?
Well, we know what the province is doing because they've already passed the legislation, and it, in my view, is not adequate. The second comment I was going to make is that this practice is largely a GTA Toronto practice, so a province-wide approach is not as likely to happen. And the third is that, we look at the evidence, we see a health harm. There's been a long history of local progress in these types of regulations, which eventually leads to provincial legislation.
Okay, but we're moving this direction with nobody being charged or convicted in our industry with shisha.
The recommendation is to put in place legislation that would allow someone to be held accountable and charged.
Which is not us, it's the province.
The proposal that's before the committee would be for municipal legislation.
How much, for some other staff person who knows the numbers, how much do we make in the industry today in the way of revenue from a combination of business taxes to taxes, to fees, whatever we make from the industry right now?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, I can speak to the business licensing fee. I cannot answer on the taxes. We do not license shisha lounges per se. Our information is most of these establishments, as you've heard from the deputies as well, sell food. So they are licensed as eating establishments. Eating establishment license costs just under $300 per year.
Okay. So how much is that in total with this industry?
So if all 70 locations that were identified by the deputants exist and have an eating establishment license, that would be approximately $21,000. It would be under $21,000 if they all, going by their numbers.
That doesn't include HST to the federal government or other taxes?
No, I can only speak to the business licensing fee. Unfortunately, I don't have the numbers in respect to property taxes or other taxes paid.
So you heard the deputations, and those that are here from the industry are adamant about losing their business if we do this. Have we got provisions to make up for those hundreds, 20, what you said, 21,000 plus, I guess, the taxes? Have we got provisions to make it up somewhere else? Or are we looking at increasing different parts of our budget to homeowners, property taxes, that sort of thing?
So through you, Mr. Chair, the financial impact of any of these establishments not renewing is a reality we deal with in every budget cycle. Businesses start, businesses end. So there's not been a specific review of these particular establishments, how many would no longer seek any license of any type.
But this is an abolishment of a complete industry, and that means jobs as well. So I get what you're saying with respect to each single business that ends because of economic reasons or whatever. But this will be solely based on the decision that council makes. That's an abolishment of an industry. Are we ready to make up the difference in that money somewhere else without raising property taxes?
Last question, yeah.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I don't know that it's necessarily an answer that I could give at this point, Councillor Mammoliti.
Well, maybe you can give it to me later.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, we'll move to, oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Karygiannis. Yeah, you're next, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, would, to Dr. Shapiro, sir, do you regulate, legislate, or somehow are involved in the safe methadone, or, I mean, this is where people that have drug usage go and I guess have safe needle. Would that be something that
I mean, Dr. McEwen.
Yeah, sorry. Dr. McEwen, would that be something your department is involved with, sir?
There is no safe injection service in Toronto at the moment.
But are those something that, sorry, did you say there's none in Toronto?
There's none in Toronto at the moment.
But if they were to come to Toronto, would that be something that the City of Toronto, through your department, would be involved in?
Well, it's speculative. Potentially, I suppose, yes.
Okay, so you would say that this would be a safe place for people to go and use their, try to kick their habits, or try to a safe place where they can go and inject themselves?
Councillor, I'm sorry, it's not something I came prepared to discuss today because it wasn't on the agenda.
Well, I'm just asking. I mean, you can give us an answer if you wish.
Well, yeah, I have recommended the Board of Health, and the Board of Health has taken a position that this is a service which would be beneficial from a public health point of view and should exist in Toronto, but it doesn't currently.
Smoking of hookah or smoking of cigarettes, you would say that it's probably an addiction?
Certainly, many tobacco smokers are physiologically addicted, yes.
And it would be best for those people that are addicted to have a safe place to smoke and not smoke it at home that would infect their families?
Well, the public health approach, which we've taken for many years now, which is thought to be most appropriate towards tobacco use, is not a harm reduction approach. It's in fact, since there is no safe level of use for tobacco, our aim is to get people to quit or to not start.
Okay, but in the same token, this is not the same thing that we're going to, I mean, we're trying to help addicts that are addicted to heroin or whatever it is through methadone or those clinics to slow down. But if somebody's addicted to smoking, you can try to handcuff him, you can try whatever you want, but that person, if is an addict of smoking, he won't be able to stop him or stop her.
Well, many people do successfully quit tobacco use, and there are assistance, pharmacological and other programs available to assist people. So, as I say, the public health approach for many years now has not been one of harm reduction when it comes to tobacco, because it's not thought to be the most appropriate approach with the biggest impact on health.
Wouldn't you agree with me, sir, that if there's a place where shisha smoking is licensed, looked after and properly engaged, that would be a better thing to do versus smoking at the person's house?
You're asking me to comment on two options which don't include the option that I'm recommending to the committee.
Well, I do, sir, but again, you can't take an addict and say to him, you're going to quit, period, cold. My father died because of smoking, and there was no way of stopping him, and he said, I don't care, I'm going to continue smoking. But this is not part of it. But if somebody has a smoking habit of smoking shisha, that person can't quit. So unless we have a safe place for him or her to smoke, then we're going to drive her underground.
Well, I do believe that proposals that maintain venues where hookah smoking takes place fail to take account of the need to protect workers. They may, in fact, have some benefits for users, but they're not protecting workers. And that's the reason we haven't gone that way with tobacco, and why I'm not recommending that we go that way when it comes to hookah.
But a worker, he or she chooses to work in that location. He or she also chooses to smoke, because a lot of the workers that smoke in shisha bars also smoke themselves.
We heard that from one of the deputants. I don't have any data on that. I think that this was an argument that was made early on in the debate about tobacco regulation as well, that workers choose to work and they can make a choice, and if they don't want to work in a place that's smoky, they can go someplace else. I think the reality, which we certainly heard many times from workers at the time, there's not quite such an easy choice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. You had before that. You had 15 seconds before that, before I press the button. Yeah. Okay, now we got two speakers. Visiting members, no, we don't have any. So we'll bring it into committee. We'll go to speakers. I'm speaking, Councilor. I'm chairing the meeting. Please let me chair the meeting. So we're going now we're bringing into committee. We don't have any visiting members of council that want to speak. So it's on committee now. Any speakers within the committee? Councilor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a motion that I'd like the staff to put on, please. I'm going to stop my clock, please, Antonio. There you go. I'm going to take the 15 seconds extra, Mr. Chair. Chair, I do have a motion that is looking to regulate the hookah lounges, and that would be to allow only non-tobacco products are permitted, food or liquor not permitted on this premises, coffee, tea, juices are permitted on the premises, minors are not to be permitted, and an appropriate business license fee be established. And the establishments would be required to provide signage that states the harmful health effects of hookahs, water pipes. You want me to stop, Chair?
Yes.
Do you want me to stop? I'm just wondering.
No,
okay.
Just listen.
The reasons that I'm asking for this, I think that establishments that serve food, we do have minors that are in those premises, and we got to protect our children. Therefore, should it be vapor or should it be tobacco? I don't think that should be allowed with food. This should be a place where people that know full well that they want to smoke do go and smoke. And such lounges should be only for the purposes of smoking. And the reasons that I'm saying coffee, tea, or juices is that you can't be at a place for 2 hours. Maybe you want to have a cup of coffee, have a tea or a juice, but no food to be allowed on those premises. That's the motion that I'm putting forward, and I'm looking for support.
Any other speakers? Councillor Glenn de Vieramaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think if you're not going to move them when you speak, I'll move them now, just so that they're on the floor. The staff recommendations, with I believe there was an amendment on the date because of the deferral of the report. I won't be supporting Councillor Karygiannis's motion. I will support the staff recommendation. I believe it was 2 or 3 years ago we dealt with this issue. Like it was 2 or 3 years ago we dealt with the issue about the personal care attendants at the tattoo parlors. Like it was 2 or 3 years ago we asked that the Midnight Bandits, the moving companies, be regulated by the province, as we asked for wildlife control operators to be regulated by the province. There is a long list of things that the province, we've asked them to help us and other municipalities to do, and they have decided for whatever reasons not to take any action, whether you call it a failure or neglect or a conscious decision, who knows. But in the end, we know that people are smoking. Whether it's Councillor Karygiannis and I on our fight against Uber. Uber says it's not a taxi company. We say, well, you're a taxi company. No, we're not. We look at different definitions. Some folks say, well, hookah is not smoking because it's not like a cigarette. It comes out of a pipe and it comes out of glass and people sit together and talk to each other. It's smoking. It's very simple. The deputants came forward and said, well, we don't want young people in our cafe or our bar because we don't want to harm them, because the chemicals are toxic and bad and can cause cancer. But whether you're 15 years old or 18 years old or 28 years old or 68 years old, those same chemicals are still bad for you. I don't want to put people into harm's way when they don't need to be in harm's way. And we have done this dance before. For us, for some of us who were around in the days when all the restaurants, not just the Black Dog Pub in Scarborough, but all the restaurants came forward saying, you will put us out of business. None of us will survive. You'll lose millions of dollars of revenue. We won't be able to feed our family. All of our employees will be laid off. The world is going to end. And lo and behold, the City of Toronto passed the no smoking bylaw. Thank goodness the province even made it province-wide after we took our initiatives. And the restaurants are all still operating today. They're full, they're crowded, they're successful. The only reason your cafe or your bar or your pub or your restaurant goes out of business is maybe because you don't serve good food, maybe you don't give good service. There's a number of reasons why people go bankrupt, but it's not because we've banned smoking in restaurants. Everybody in this room goes into a restaurant or a cafe or a pub. Nobody smokes. Everybody's happy. You go into a bingo hall now. Nobody smokes. To the horror of club owners, we, the City of Toronto, banned smoking in dance clubs. And they said nobody will socialize or go dancing or come out in the middle of the night to go to a club if you don't allow smoking. It's simply not true. The fear or the concern that people have that they're going to go bankrupt is false. The young woman here of Nepalese descent who said, I want to share my culture and celebrate my culture and do all of these wonderful things, that's what's going to happen. So if you've got good Lebanese food or Nepalese food or Sri Lankan food or Egyptian food, people will come to your cafe. If you say hi to your customers, you give them good customer service, they'll flock to your restaurant and you'll make lots and lots of money. So I'm not afraid of people going bankrupt because I've seen the restaurants before not go bankrupt. But what I do know from the evidence that was before us, from our own doctors and our own professional staff, and from the doctors that came for us and deputed today, this is a harmful substance that should be banned. Very simple. So I cannot support Councillor Karygiannis' motions, and I'm just moving the motions, which are the staff report and the amendment to April the 1st, 2016 on one of the dates, a technical amendment to sort of bring it into the right calendar timeframe. So, Mr. Chair, with that, I would encourage my colleagues to join with me and ban smoking from cafes and restaurants. Thank you.
Councillor
the mover?
De Vermaker, questions to the mover. Councillor Karygiannis.
We are moving as a country to allow marijuana smoking, and we're looking to legislate that. And in the meantime, we're going to disallow smoking of molasses. How does that play, or how do you see that coming along?
Well, I guess if that's a clarification of my motion, I would say that what we're doing is banning smoking of any substance, whether it be molasses or an herb or tobacco or even marijuana, from public places. You're not allowed to do that right now. So I see the law as being consistent. We don't let you smoke in pubs or restaurants or bingo halls. You shouldn't be smoking this stuff either. It's still smoking.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, any other speakers? Great. So we have, we are voting now. We have two motions, and the first one would be from Councillor Karygiannis. All those in favor? Against? Loses. We had the recommendations from, moved by Councillor De Vermaker. All those in favor? Against? Carries. Thank you. Item as amended. All those in favor? Against? Carry. The next item is LS 7.5, the process for dealing with non-compliant stairway railings, wall-mounted handrails, and exterior guardrails following multi-residential apartment buildings known as MRAP audits. And we have deputants on this item, and the first deputant is Daryl Chung. Good afternoon, Daryl. Good to have you here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Licensing and Standards Committee. I submitted a letter. I think you probably have seen it. I won't read the whole thing to you. I'll just hit some of the highlights. Most of the apartments built in the City of Toronto were built before the 1980s or in the 1980s. The building code was changed, or the requirements for handrails and guards were changed in the building code in and around the 1990s. So the building code, when this happens, clearly grandfathers things. These rails and guards were compliant at the date of construction when the buildings were opened. If the province had decided that the rails and guards were dangerous, they would have ordered a retrofit. They did not require a retrofit because they do not deem these things to be a safety issue. I also saw the letter that the Toronto Professional Firefighters Association submitted, and I'm not really sure how that works, because if the Ontario Fire Marshal deemed these old standards to be of concern, they would have amended the fire code to incorporate a retrofit and set a compliance date. That happens from time to time. They have not done this. That's in the views of the Ontario Fire Marshal, this is not a safety concern. Also, there's not a single standard. There are variable standards depending on the number of floors that the building is. So I think the standard is for 3 stories or lower and 4 stories or higher. So there's no absolute standard on what the province considers safe or unsafe. That again speaks to the fact that there's no safety concern here. The city's property standards, if it applies a bylaw, should do so equally to all institutional, residential, and that includes condominiums, commercial and industrial buildings. When the city was issuing orders for these rails in the past, it was only on apartment buildings. So that shows that in the eyes of the city, probably not really that dangerous. Otherwise, it would have equally applied this across the board for a number of years. So our request is that the city's Property Standards Division, MRAB, should not issue orders for rails and guards that are deemed acceptable by the Ontario Building Code, which has been the practice for the past 6 or 7 months. Thank you.
Thank you, Darrell. Any questions to the deputy? Yeah, Councillor Glenda Bermejo, please go ahead.
Thank you, through Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for coming today. And I'm glad you're here because I did see the other correspondence. And I'm trying to figure out the difference between the building owner's position and maybe the firefighter's position. Are they saying, in your opinion, based on your knowledge, that they would like all the railings changed immediately, and you're saying, no, just leave them and don't change them?
Yeah, so what the building code says is if you're building new or you're doing a major renovation that includes these areas, you should abide by the new standards, the new building codes.
And we'll call it an upgraded standard.
It's a different standard, it's a new standard.
Right.
But if it exists the way it was and it's not falling down or dilapidated or has any safety issues, then you can leave them as they are. If the province had deemed this to be a safety issue, they would have said, you must retrofit, and here's like a year to do it, or 6 months, or 16, 18 months. They would have set a compliance date.
And you're saying then our property standards inspectors are going into apartment buildings, issuing what? A letter, not a notice?
They used to issue orders. They ceased that probably at the beginning of 2015, so about 10 months ago, maybe a year ago.
An order to comply and fix, if you will.
Yeah, they used to do that. They stopped. They realized, I think they spoke to, you can probably speak to the director. They dealt with this internally with the legal department at the city, and they figured that the letter that they're sending in place of the former order was sufficient.
Sorry, say that again, that?
That they're now issuing a letter instead of an order.
And a letter can be ignored?
The letter is sort of, it says to the landlord, we see something that you should be aware of under the building code. And the landlords look at this and say, thank you. But under the building code, it's grandfathered.
Okay, great. And you're aware this is a request for a staff report?
Yes, I think staff have done a really good job at reviewing this. They've done a thorough review through 2014, and they came up with a new process at the beginning of 2015. To ask for another staff report, probably not necessary at this point. I think staff have handled this.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? No. I do have a question. Well, I'm sure that you're aware, of course, that this issue under the non-compliance of stair railings and wall-mounted handrails and any other property standard item, it's especially with apartment buildings, is handled under the MRAB, and city staff every year they do conduct their audits and reports back to the community in terms of the level of compliance and the level of non-compliance.
Yes, they do that. They've been doing that for, I think, 7 years now. MRAB's been around. And they used to issue orders, but for this specific item, the MRAB stopped issuing orders about 10 months ago or so, and now they issue a letter.
So the issue that you're having is in terms of the terms, how either the notice of violations or orders of compliance or information letter or whatever is being termed. That's what...
So I think the request in the letter is that they go back to issuing an order to comply when it's unnecessary to do that because these rails are grandfathered under the building code. There's no need to go backwards to the way that was happening because it's not necessary.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, on a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order, Councilor Mamolidi.
Mr. Chairman, I totally apologize to the committee for this, but I'm really not feeling that well, and I got held up, and I don't want to get into any personal issues with me, but I'm not feeling very well. Got held up and couldn't come in to vote. And Mr. Matlow thinks it's funny, but I assure you it's not.
I was reading something.
Okay. So is there any way that I could be put on record in voting on the issue that we just dealt with?
I think
I'm just letting people know.
Giorgio might want to open it up.
It's actually, we're dealing with the deputations right now on this item. Let's deal with this item first.
Deal with it after? Yeah, okay, thanks.
I'm sorry about that. Is any other questions to the deputant? If not, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
We have also Jordi Dent. Jordi Dent. Okay. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to speak on this item? Okay. If not, questions to staff. And before we get to the questions to staff, actually, I would like to ask for the indulgence of the members of the committee, and I would like to ask the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing Standards just to provide an update to the committee in terms of what's being done, how we are dealing with these aspects of that are before us, especially in terms of the MRAP audits.
So to you, Mr. Chair, I'm actually going to defer the response to my director, Mark Schraga, who's got responsibility and more day-to-day awareness of the program.
To the chair, I would just like to clarify that with respect to guards and handrails in apartment buildings, when we do an audit through MRAP, is anytime we find a health and safety issue, we do issue orders with respect to that. So if there's a life safety impact of a deficiency regarding a guard and handrail, we will issue an order. However, if we do find a guard or handrail that's not meeting all the prescribed requirements in our property standards bylaw, we've taken an approach working with the property owner, and we advise them formally in writing of the obligations, and we work with them to coordinate a timeline for bringing the guard or handrail into compliance with those prescriptive measurements. And we find that that's the most effective way of achieving compliance. It is an enforcement tool that we use in other bylaws, and we find that this is how we get the most effective resolution to the issue. But I want to stress, if it's health and safety related, we do issue orders, and we don't leave health and safety issues unattended or unaddressed.
Thank you. Councilor Matlow.
I move to receive Councilor Karygiannis' letter.
Great. Okay, so we have one motion there. Councilor Karygiannis.
I'd like to move the, I want to thank my colleague for moving to receive, but he's too quickly at the draw. I've written a letter and there's recommendations at the back, and I would like to move those recommendations, please.
Okay, I do have.
Do you want me to read them?
No, it's there. And I would like to move, actually, that this recommendation be referred to staff and for city staff to report back on these recommendations.
On a different date?
At the time when the MRAP report comes forward in the first quarter of 2016.
Fair enough.
Is that fair? Okay. Speaker, so we have three motions now to receive the recommendations of Councilor.
Point of order, I've been told by the clerk that I can't receive them, so I'm happy not to receive them.
We graciously go along to, so are you willing to withdraw the motion? All those in favor of allowing the withdrawal? Thank you, Councilor Marlowe. So we have Councilor Mamolini.
Mr. Chairman, this is a very delicate issue. Understanding that many of the buildings that perhaps aren't to the standards, the modern-day standards, have been grandfathered by the province. And in doing that, it really is beyond our control to do what some members would like us to do. Again, this is an issue that the province needs to deal with, and if they feel comfortable enough in putting standards on 40 and 50-year-old buildings, then let the province do that. If we do what some councillors want us to do, it will be the tenants that at the end of the day will have to pay through their rents because it will be an exorbitant amount of money for the landlords to comply with any new legislation. So again, I'm not sure why we always choose to look at issues that really should be dealt with by the province or the federal government. That's how I feel on the issue. I do understand where Councillor Karygiannis is coming from, and I think that the deferral that the chair is suggesting might be in order for us to figure out how to work the mechanism in so that it doesn't amount to hundreds of dollars for tenants and rent increases. And that's the real issue here. And I think you'll find that if you defer it and get the information properly. So at the end of the day, I may support Councillor Karygiannis on this, but I think we should find out what the ramifications are to tenants first.
Thank you. Any other speakers? If not, I will speak with the recommendation so the clerk can have it. That's the recommendation from Councillor Karygiannis that be referred to the Executive Director of Municipal License Standards for consideration and appropriate action. Furthermore, that the findings be disclosed during the annual MRA report in the first quarter 2016. All of that. So it's, and on that, I think that's the main purpose and the goal of the MRA program is to ensure that the minimum property standards and maintenance within the multi-residential rentals that we have, irrespectively if that's within the public sector or the private sector, that the properties are maintained in accordance to the city's property standards and the applicable regulations. I think that's extremely important. We all have apartment buildings, either private or public, that needs to be done. So, as noted in the report of 2014 that was before us, and municipal licensing standards, they have put emphasis on the reinspection to increase compliance. The program has addressed at that point, I believe it was 87% of compliance and 13% of non-compliance. Now, I do have an issue personally that even though the number sounds great, 87% of compliance, that's great. How about the other 13%? So I have my reservations with regards to the 13% that's non-compliant. I would like to see 100% compliance overall, and that's within when we talk about public and private, we shouldn't be in any way or whatsoever selective, because tenants deserve to live, and the health and safety cannot be compromised in any way. So that's what we have. I have that recommendation as well, and let's vote on it. No, we have is the recommendation. Oh, Councillor Marlowe, he withdrew his, so we have the recommendations that I put forward. Can we display them, please? Yeah.
The motion to refer is first.
The referral goes first before the recommendations. So the referral is very clear that the recommendations from Councillor Karygiannis be referred to city staff, and for city staff to come back during the MRA report and first quarter of 2016 to bring them forward. All those in favor? Against? Carry. Great. And then we have Councillor Mamolini.
I said earlier, I apologize to my committee members, but I wasn't feeling very well and I needed to, I couldn't be here in time. I'm hoping to get myself on record, and that would take a reopening, I think.
Chairman, I'll move that we reopen the item for allowing
Yeah.
Mr. Mammoliti to vote.
Yeah, to do that, we need a member who voted on this, on the prevailing side, so it's Councilor Giorgio, that's okay. All those in favor to reopen? Carries. And, okay, so now we are voting once again. Then
We're voting on both motions, right?
can we have the, on the two motions and, okay, okay. So if we are reopening, and then I would like to, can we display Councilor Carigiani's motion, please? I would like to make a friendly amendment to 2D. I would like to make a friendly amendment to 1D, that minors, in this case, persons under the age of 19 are not permitted on the premise with 19 with a signage in a prominent location. And then we have, we have the staff's recommendations. Okay. First on the amendment.
We do it with a package?
No, it's a friendly amendment.
Yeah, package.
It's that. No, it's no. It's a friendly amendment if you want to go along with that, but it's not necessarily that the support. All those in favor? Is on the motion as amended. Against? Is lost on a tie, and it goes to, he lost on a tie. Okay.
Can you take the vote again?
Okay. For the clerk, for the benefit of the clerk, all those in favor of the motion is on the, and with the amendment. So 3, and all those against? 3. Okay, so that's loose on the amendment. And the other one is the staff's recommendations. All those in favor? Against? It loses on a tie, it goes to council without recommendation. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, before you deal with the other items, there were extra items we wanted attached to this agenda. I'm wondering if we can move a motion to
Just
allow for
once. We have the next item that was held by Councilor De Veramaker that's and 7.3 infection control training and certification of personal service setting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just move an amendment to the report, the reporting back, I think, in 2017 on the voluntary program, and I'm just going to add that in their staff report, they include mandatory options for a mandatory infection prevention and control certificate program. It's long, long overdue. We'll have to wait to 2017 even to get a staff report about it, but that seems to be the way the machine is slowly going forward. So I'm just moving that amendment, Mr. Chair.
Great.
Include that in their staff report.
Is on the amendment, all those in favor? Against? On the item as amended, all those in favor? Against? Carry. Then now we have the only thing that's pending is some communications that we had. That's, as I promised at the beginning, that will be, we'll consider them at the end of the meeting. And we had 3 communications from Councilor Mammoliti, Councilor De Veramaker, and Councilor It was Carigianis? And Councilor Carigianis. So we had 3 communications. Now, these are walk-on items to be introduced. All those in favor of introducing those items? Not yet. No, we didn't. Yeah. Okay, so those items are...
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Marlowe, a point of order, please.
Now that they're on the agenda, when would be the right opportunity for me to move that all of the Uber-related items be referred to staff and be considered at the same time as the staff report comes back to council?
Yeah, just give me 1 second, just have to look at the communication.
Thank you.
Please. Yeah, and I'll get back to you in 1 second.
I appreciate that.
In the meantime, if we can deal with, we voted on the introduction of these items. So these items are before us now. Let's deal with the first one, Councilor De Vermaker. Councilor De Vermaker, floor is yours.
And sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm just moving that we deal with that we consider the issue of licensing wildlife operators, including the provincial response to the city's request for provincial action at our November committee meeting. We were supposed to do it back in June. We approved doing it in June, and for a number of reasons, it wasn't put on the agenda. Now we're October, so I'm just asking that it be brought forward to the next meeting. And that includes because I want to make sure we give proper notice that we are considering this in November.
Okay, thank you, Councilor De Vermaker. I'm going to ask city staff for their input on this one and the other communications as well. As you know, there are a number of items that are on the queue, and we've been waiting for those items to come forward. Items that we've been waiting for some time, so if we start just giving specific dates to city staff, and so I'm going to ask Tracy just to comment on that, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have had a look at the outstanding directives that we've received since the last term and this term of council. We have over 120 some odd directives that are sitting with us to be done. Currently, we have in and around 75% of them as parts of larger projects that are underway. So, certainly there have been a number of topics this year that have taken up a great deal of time as well. So, adding more report, it's not simple for us to just crank out these volumes of reports. I have 5 people that do it. We've brought in temporary bodies to assist. So I'd really like to ask for some understanding in that we are doing as much as we can, as best as we can, wanting to make sure we give you good product to debate and decide on. So I can easily answer Councillor De Vermaker's question offline in respect to that we did submit the letter requesting the province to take action. It was done in September to the Premier's office, and we have not received a response as yet. So I can at least answer that piece for you on this motion. So through you, Mr. Chair, I know that discussion has happened a couple of times in the last term of council in respect to the licensing of wildlife control operators. And the decision was not taken at that time to license them. It went through council and was referred to us to send a letter to the province. But we'll certainly take the direction from you as to what you would like us to do. I just wanted to highlight that we have a mountain of work, and we are doing our best to deal with those things that are priorities for the city: vacant derelict buildings, rooming houses, ground transportation, property standards bylaw updates, noise bylaw updates. There are lots of large bodies of work that we're doing that are important to the city-wide. So I just beg your indulgence in helping us through that.
And Mr. Chair, that's why I'm accepting this 5 or 6 months after it was supposed to be on the floor of council. It's supposed to be here in June. That's what committee directed you to do. There is a motion directing you to report to the June 25th meeting of 2015.
That was from May.
That was from this committee.
Yeah. So to you, Mr. Chair, I will apologize for us missing the June meeting. As I've just indicated, we've had a lot of large bodies of work to undertake with a small staff amount. My apologies, Councillor de
That's
Bearmaker, that
okay.
we missed you in June.
I'm not upset. I'm just making you aware that this was supposed to be here in June. I'm asking that it be at the end of November, on November 25th.
So just to be clear.
That's 6 months. That's an additional 6 months of time to do a report that you've already written before, right? This is an update. So I am being very patient.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, you are. I appreciate that. I don't have the direction from, was it May of this year, sir?
It was at our May meeting, directing you to report back in June of 2015, June 25th, 2015.
On licensing? I don't have it in front of me.
It's in my letter as well, the motion that was passed.
Right. All right, so I'll be happy to undertake whatever I can to bring back. It would be bringing back one or two of the previous reports that were dealt with.
That's fine.
In 2014. So just bearing in mind that the agenda close for the next meeting is November 12th.
Which is 3 weeks from now.
Yeah. So I
have
will say
15
to you,
working-
Mr. Chair, and Councillor de Bearmaker, as I mentioned before, we are doing a lot of yeoman's work to bring a lot of large projects. I missed you on the deadline for this one, my apologies. But we have a lot of large citywide important issues that have taken our time. And January started us on a taxi-related path, I said the word, through a lot of this year that was not foreseen as well. So I appreciate your support, and we'll do what we can for you.
And Mr. Chair, I have great sympathy for the demands on staff. I just want to make sure we deal with this. I think November's fair. And I do know during the budget process, I'll be expecting in that budget process, and with the help of Mr. Levy and the chair, if you need more staff to make sure you deal with that mountain load of work, if you need a full-time position, then bring it forward. But we can't not deal with it.
I was wondering, Chair, if you can clarify, where are we in the process? Is this questions of staff? Is there a clock running? I'm just wondering if you can clarify what is happening. I'm a little bit of a loss.
We are trying to get to the bottom of it, actually, in terms of directives to city staff. We have too many on the waiting there, and that has been my issue all along as a chair. Any recommendations that come forward on a fly is not helping out because we're putting more pressure on city staff, and then we are complaining that.
Chair, my question to you is, where procedurally are we? Are you having questions of staff? We got a clock running?
I know. I did ask city staff to make a comment on this communication, and that's what's happening. And Councillor de Bearmaker is asking a question in terms of the timing. So it's.
Was he on the clock?
It was a question, and we are not getting to questions from staff yet. I asked for.
So on a point of order, on the same point, there were 3 added items that we were looking at. You asked staff to comment on those items, and we're dealing with Councillor de Bearmaker's item first. Is that it?
Yours is next.
Okay.
Okay. So it's on Councillor de Bearmaker. We're dealing with this item, and.
Mr. Chair, I think we have clarified with staff.
Yeah.
Okay. That's very kind of you, Councillor de Bearmaker. Yeah. So it's. I would like to.
So if I could, Mr. Chair, if you
Please.
allow me, so really what Councillor's asking us for is to bring back the previous reports with an update on the action on the province, which we know is, so you can have a further discussion and debate.
Yes, so because I believe, in my opinion, there's inaction. So if the staff just say there's been no further action by the province, then I can move my motions to say, well, I think we should be taking action. But I want to make sure that we have proper public notice and the staff report before us. And staff are nodding their head, they're fine with that.
You know, that's the beautiful thing is, you know, when we have this kind of constructive discussion that we can move much faster and more effectively with items. So you're okay with that?
Yes.
Fantastic. So do we need to move this item to be referred to staff
Well, my motion,
for consideration and appropriate action?
my motion is that I'm not sure how the clerk's is going to word it. My apologies, because I just put it in my letter. that we can.
You are
consider
asking
the
for-
licensing of wildlife operators, including the provincial response.
It would be the same if we refer just staff.
You are asking that for this to come back on November the...
Sure, yes, but Mr. Chair, I've been around the building for over a decade now, and sometimes when we get things before us, they're not an action item, so we can't deal with them, or they'll say, well, we didn't give proper notice, so you can't do anything. I want to make sure that we go on public record to say, we're dealing with this issue in November, staff can bring forward their old reports, and then I'll move my motions.
Yes, so in that vein, if we add "and together with the previous reports."
Yes, that's fine, yep. So bring that, yep.
Mr. Chair.
Is Councilor Marlowe and then Councilor Malidi. Is that a point of order?
Yes, I'd like to, I checked with the clerk. She confirmed that I can move the motion at this time to move the two pieces of correspondence from Councilors Mamalidi and Councilor Karygiannis and refer them to staff to include in their report when they come back to us in the spring, rather than waste more time at this committee, as has already been done.
Thank you. Okay,
Mr. Chairman?
that's a point of order, and that's fine.
And my motion on the
Mr.
floor.
Chairman?
Yep. Is Councilor Mamalidi.
Mr. Chairman, just to talk about process for a second. You asked that we deal with this at the end of the meeting, which we did. You asked to deal with the three motions that our intent is to vote into the agenda today. And I would say to you that we haven't done that yet. So in order to accept Councillor Matlow's...
They are in the agenda.
No, they're not on the agenda yet. We haven't voted to put them, include them on the agenda yet.
We did.
No, we didn't. We didn't. We had staff report on the three, of which we heard, and then we got into a debate with Councillor de Beermakers. We have not formally taken a vote to include...
No, we haven't. We haven't. You are absolutely right, Councilor Mamalidi.
So my point is, by accepting Councillor Matlow's suggestion, it's premature.
I'm not accepting anything at this point, and if you...
So then I do have a point of order.
Yes, you do.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, would you please confirm with the clerk whether or not we added those items to the agenda? I recall we did just moments ago, with all due respect.
What was the vote?
What is the clerk saying?
What was the vote? Because I don't recall taking a vote on it.
So therefore, now that we've confirmed by the clerk that they are on the agenda, my motion is in order, and I would appreciate a vote on it.
Your motion is in order, but also before we get to that, there is the communication from Councilor Mamalidi that simply what he's asking is for a brief update on the implementation of the enforcement of what he's talking about. Now, that's one point that personally I don't have a problem with that, and I would support that, and I believe that city staff is willing to provide that brief update.
Point of
now.
order, Mr. Chair. I asked for all items related to the Uber taxi debate. Anything related to that,
To be
including the
deferred.
two items in front of us.
Okay, so
be
we
related
have a
because
deferral motion. Anyone who
in
wants to
order
speak
not
on the
to-
deferral?
On a point of
not to
order,
spend
Mr.
time
Chairman,
today.
on a point of order, I wish I had the camera so I could play back this meeting in its entirety. It's getting ridiculous. Now, we did not take a vote on adding the items, and if we did, I'd like the clerk to tell me what the count of that vote was. Who voted for it and who voted against it? The reality is we didn't. We haven't introduced.
No, we took a vote. We're for, in favor. The ones who
You
were-
did on Councillor de Beermaker's issue.
On all of them, we adopted all the three communications to deal with them, all of them. So all of them are on the floor, were adopted.
All right. So in keeping with that, then, if that's the case, I still
done.
believe that the process isn't followed, in that you've allowed on a point of order a motion from Councillor Matlow when you haven't even asked for debate on this matter or questions of staff.
Councilor Mamalidi, stop interrupting. What I was getting is there is a deferral motion. Now we can speak on the deferral.
But you're not really supposed to be doing that. You're supposed to be getting into debate first.
There is a deferral.
Giorgio, check
There
with
is.
the clerk. It's just not, our procedures allow for what I'm doing.
On a point of order, you're allowed to move a motion. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's true.
Yes, on the
Clerk?
deferral.
The clerk? No, it's procedural. On a point of
Madam
order.
Clerk.
On a point of order, can you move a motion?
The rules for a motion to defer are as follows. A member may make a motion to defer at any time during debate. A motion to defer is a procedural motion and takes precedence over any non-procedural motion or amendment. A motion to defer is put to a vote immediately after it is debated, so you can debate the motion to defer and then it's put to a vote.
So on this matter, we weren't in debate. We weren't even on the item. So debate includes any time during a meeting.
The chair, it is up to the chair to determine whether the motion was properly placed at the appropriate time that the item was under debate.
Are you accepting the motion?
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. And now we can debate on the motion because that's a deferral, so you can speak to the deferral.
I'd like to speak to it.
Okay, so now we're on the deferral.
I'd like to speak to it.
Is, 2 minutes or 3 minutes? Okay. Councilor Malo?
Mr. Chair, I know that there is a diversity of opinion on this council about whether or not how they feel about the whole taxi and Uber and ground transportation question. And that's not what I seek to get into today. In fact, I'm trying to do quite the opposite. No matter what your opinion is on all of this, we have had, I think, lengthy debate would be an understatement. There's been debate after debate after debate at this committee and at council. And what the mayor has asked for, and I believe what the majority of councillors agree on, is that we have asked staff to report back to us. They are working on that now. All of this is being done. Let us have one effective and efficient discussion, debate, and resolution when it arrives back at this committee and council. But to just keep harping at the same subject over and over and over again without any substantive result, and in fact, even if you look at the correspondence today, there's nothing actionable that will actually change the world in even a small way, never mind a large way. There's no reason to do that. Let's use our time effectively, stop the nonsense, get some work done, and support our city. And that's what I'm seeking to do, and I hope that you all support me.
Thank you. Councillor Di Giorgio.
Mr. Chairman, I will not be supporting the motion, and I'm trying to interpret Councillor Mammoliti's motion. In my view, the intent of all this is to just get a very brief verbal update as to whether there has been enforcement of, going after the drivers who are driving for Uber. We had made those motions. I understand, and I don't know how I heard, whether my office got a letter or whatnot. I understand that the police are suspending any activity with respect to enforcing, and I think we need to know that. I think that what council adopted, and to defer the matter for the next 6 or 7 months, whatever it was, for Ms. Cook to come back to council with the modified bylaw along with any potential licenses that can be issued to Uber. I just think we need to know, has there been any activity on the enforcement end? And has it in fact been, been sort of energized, the enforcement area? And I need to hear that back before, referring everything back until, and leaving the taxi industry essentially helpless for the next 7 or 8 months, or however long we deferred it for. That's my fundamental problem.
Thank you. Is Councilor Janis? Oh, yes, then it's Councilor Mammoliti now.
I call a question on the deferral.
Question on the deferral. Yeah, the question has been called. No, the question was called on the deferral. All those, and we have 2 more speakers. Is all those in favor?
Calling the question on
calling the question on the deferral. Calling the question against? Okay, we have 2 more. Okay. He loses. Okay, and so Councilor Chance, you're next.
I was going to call the question.
So there is.
And that's me speaking. Then it's me speaking. Now, I'll bet you all want to call a question.
Okay, call the question.
Incredible, isn't it?
It's remarkable.
I love sitting beside you. So, yeah, I'm speaking to the deferral. All right. So I'm not going to support the deferral because there hasn't really been any dialogue as to why I want to move the motion to begin with. Right? That's why the motion should have come first before any deferral. You give that an opportunity, and that's why I was challenging the procedural bylaw, because I think the motion should have come first, and then you can entertain deferral motions after that. You've got an explanation, or at least give a person an opportunity to explain why he's bringing this forward. Mr. Chairman, this is an emergency. And I do this on behalf of every single taxi driver out there. While we're taking our time as council in bringing things to staff and asking them and putting some dates to them and waiting for all this to unfold, we got taxi cab drivers that are losing their business. That's an emergency in my books. And we need to understand what's happened in the direction we've given to staff. Part of that is the enforcement component. I'd like to know what's happened, and I do know that our director has moved swiftly on taking steps to enforce. But we should know what that is. In fact, I'll get into it when I speak on my motion, but we should also find out what we've given them in the way of notice. What letter was issued to the industry, even if that's in camera. But we as councillors have the right to know what information has been brought forward. So that's the purpose of this motion. It's an emergency, and it's to protect the taxi drivers that seem to be losing their business because we're taking our time here at City Hall and dealing with this issue.
Thank you. And Councillor De Vermaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As much as many of us may be tempted to say, let's not deal with this and take up our time and staff resources with this issue until 6 months from now, I do think that it is a very serious issue. There are a diversity of opinions, but council reigns supreme. Council gave our staff very specific direction. Not less than 10 minutes after council passed its recommendation number 1, which clearly captured the Uber service within our bylaws, Uber was very clear in saying, we're not listening to you, we've got customers to take care of. The City of Toronto very politely put forward a request to stop operations, and Uber very, very politely responded back saying, no, we're not going to pay attention to you. So I think it is appropriate for our executive director to report back to us. And yes, all sorts of people may show up, and all sorts of councillors may say all sorts of things, and it might be a very long and painful process. But that's why we're on this committee. This is where we're supposed to hash out issues, not on the floor of council, because the public can't come and speak there. I don't know exactly what our staff are doing, and I know all I need to do is pick up the phone, and some very professional staff will likely tell me all sorts of things. However, there is merit in a public forum, in a public arena, where that information is provided to all of us equally at the same time, so that we know what's happening, and members of the public, whichever side they may be on, know that information as well. So I won't support the referral. I will support us doing the business that we're supposed to do at committee, and that's getting into the nitty-gritty of all of these issues, whether that be hookah or taxis or wildlife control operators or tattoo parlors, which we...
Point of order, Chair. I think you wanted to say Uber. You said taxis.
Thanks, Joe.
Any other speaker?
I don't see you getting kicked out.
Any other speaker? Okay, just there has been a lot of comments made, and with regards to a communication that city staff sent to Uber Canada, and for those.
On a point of order, I'm sorry. You haven't even, We haven't even gotten into the debate of the motion that's in front of us.
Councillor, I'm speaking.
But typically, the
speaking to the item.
person that introduces the motion speaks to introduce the motion. I haven't even been given an opportunity to do that. No, I spoke to the deferral.
I'm speaking, Councillor. Is to the benefit of city staff, because there has been a lot of comments that a communication has gone to Uber, and this has been a secret move that no member of council has been advised about that. As chair of the committee, yes, I was advised by city staff, and I had a communication from days before. So there has nothing been secret about that, and I think the action that they are taking is swiftly, and I'll be asking city staff to make comments on that in terms of your recommendation, Councilor Mamoliri, to provide a brief update on what's happening, and that's where I'm leading towards. So it's just trying to simplify and to bring common sense to what's happening here. Councilor Mamoliri, you have the floor.
So I guess now I'll just move my motion.
No, hold on.
And
We haven't voted on this yet.
well,
Yes, Councilor Mamoliri has the floor.
well, then let's vote on this. Let's vote on the deferral.
No, are you speaking on the? You spoke on the deferral. So we have a motion by Councilor Malo, and that's on the deferral, on the referral that's before us. Okay. All those in favor of the deferral from Councilor Malo?
Recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote. All those in favor? Councilor Malo. All those against? Councilor Mamoliri, Carichanes, Palacio, De Vermaker, Di Giorgio. That loses. Now we have the communication from Councilor Mamoliri.
Yes. Now I'm going to move it. I'm going to move, okay? That's really the way it should have unfolded. So questions of staff?
Councilor, you have the recommendation there. Are you referring to recommendation on your
Yeah,
missive?
it's still there. I still want a brief outline in terms of what's going on, and I'd like to ask questions of staff.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd like the lawyer's advice on whether or not these questions should be in camera in order to protect the city's position against any prosecutorial proceeding that may be underway.
That's fair.
Okay.
What's the lawyer say?
So Councilor Di Giorgio, it's moving that.
No, we need to hear from the lawyer.
I think
I do agree that these questions should be asked in camera.
So we go into camera. Councilor Di Giorgio. Yeah.
I think you will find the communication that I have, that might be something also that needs to be dealt with in camera.
Okay.
So we
deal with it. Yeah. Okay, members of the public, we are going to be into camera now, and members of staff that shouldn't be here as well. Please leave the room. And members of the media.
That the committee go in closed session, adjourn its public session and recess into closed session in order to consider a matter that is related to solicitor-client privilege or litigation or potential litigation. Can we have the vote, please?
Thank you.
in one day, if the Premier really wanted to do it. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor. Point of order, Councilor Di Vermeerke.
And I'll let you rule. Councillor Mammoliti's moved a motion, so before we get into questions of him and speaking to it, based on the advice that we were given just recently in camera, I would rule.
Please.
I would ask you to rule that this motion is out of order. As much as I have some great sympathy for some of this, I believe it's out of order. So I just ask you to rule.
Well, I think we heard loud and clear from the, I have your point, Councilor Di Vermeerke. I think we heard quite clear from our legal staff, is without getting into the small detail of what this motion may do in terms of inconsistencies. But so in view of that, I think that this motion is out of order. Out of order. Given the advice of legal department. That's really, you cannot speak. You can challenge the chair. The chair has been challenged is to uphold the ruling of the chair. All those in favor? Against? The chair prevails. Recorded vote to uphold the chair. All those in favor? Councilor Malo? Recorded. Malo, Councilors Malo, Palacio, Di Vermeerke, and Di Giorgio. Against? Councilor Mammoliti and Councilor Karygiannis. Okay. So the next item is Councilor Karygiannis. I think that was introduced. So that's before us.
Chair, I've circulated a correspondence. All the members of the committee should have it.
I'm sorry, before we get to that, we have the item has to be adopted as amended. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we got the update from the city staff, and I think that's, I thought that there is no need to adopt that, just to receive.
Receive the presentation from staff.
I think that's, thank you, to receive the presentation from city staff. Is all those in favor? Against?
Sorry, what are we voting again?
No. Okay. And just let me clarify, so we are very clear on this. The recommendation from Councilor Mammoliti was to ask the executive director and from License and Standards Committee for a brief update on the implementation of the enforcement aspect. We heard from the executive director and her presentation on that, and so we are voting in terms of receiving that presentation, the confidential presentation. Yeah. So all those in favor?
On a point of order, first of all, there's a councillor that wants to speak to this item.
Well, this is.
No, he hasn't spoken. He hasn't.
I got another motion.
I spoke first. And secondly, by receiving, you're suggesting that this be received. It's not going to council.
Not the presentation, the presentation.
It dies here.
Not the presentation made by city staff.
Yes.
The confidential presentation will be received by the committee.
Presentation only.
The presentation, yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Now, Councilor Karygiannis, you didn't say anything. You were quiet there. Do you have anything there to
Well, I
move
might enlighten you, Chair. I
Okay,
might enlighten
please.
you. I mean,
Yeah.
allow the words of wisdom to bring some
Okay,
gray matter
so-
to the, I mean, sorry.
That's so kind of you.
Black
Please
matter
go
to the hair. Chair, we want to set the clock?
There we go.
Thank you. Chair, colleagues, I was able to, I was sent a correspondence where Jared Shatter, he is the operations manager for Uber. He's reaching out to companies and he's saying, we would like to.
Councilor Chanis, I'm sorry for interrupting you. That's what I meant at the beginning. Your communication is a different one from Councilor Mamolidi.
It is.
So please don't interrupt while I was speaking. So we still have the communication from Councilor Mamolidi.
All right.
So that communication is before us at this point. And so it's either, so we have a recommendation before us.
I would like to move that it's deferred indefinitely.
What are you talking about? Indefinitely.
Okay, so,
Hit it with a hammer.
so
I'll just move that we receive the correspondence. That's normally what we do.
No, what is it you're trying to do? Is it the Mamalidi item?
Yes,
The Mamalidi item,
it was before us.
we already voted
the,
on the confidential presentation from city staff, and that was received. Now we have this communication from Councilor Mamolidi, and with the recommendation, which we already had the presentation from staff. So,
Mr. Chairman, so you know what my intention would be with a motion like this, is to give council the same update. And it should go to council for that update.
so for that, Councilor Mamolidi, I may suggest that you can do it via notice of motion to council, and you can accomplish the same thing.
Strongly suggest that,
Okay. So with that, we are done on this one. Councilor Carichanis, the floor is yours on yours.
Receive his letter.
I think it's adopted, the item was adopted.
Yeah.
Presentation.
Sorry, on my communication. Chair, on my communication or Councilor Mamalidi's motion? Sorry, which one you want me to speak on?
Is on Councilor Mamolidi to receive the motion, his communication. You move to defer indefinitely, and
I would move to defer indefinitely.
indefinitely. Okay, so we have a motion before us, that communication from Councilor Mamolidi to defer indefinitely, to move to defer indefinitely. And that's from Councilor Carichanis.
We've already dealt with this.
Okay. So we have that motion. Members, okay. You have another motion there? Do you want to speak on it? On your motion?
Well, not yet, because I want to make sure it's, I will be speaking against the deferral indefinitely. And the thrust of my motion is to basically, the thrust of my motion is essentially to ask the provincial government. I'm sorry? Okay. That council request the province to urge Uber to comply with council's request to cease UberX activity until the new bylaw comes forward. It's essentially asking the province to deliver the same message, may not go anywhere. Reiterate a message that we delivered to Uber to comply with the bylaw until after the new bylaw comes into place. And it may be fruitless, but it's certainly consistent with our previous decision.
Councilor Malo?
Colleagues, please just defer this indefinitely and be done with this. With all due respect to Councillor DeGiorgio's, to Councillor DeGiorgio himself, his motion is just like, it's not, it is the definition of nothingness. It doesn't do anything. The province won't do that.
Council did nothing, is
And
what you're
even if
saying.
there's a request of Uber, they won't comply with that. So there's no reason to do that.
Council
In fact,
decisions are meaningless,
in
is what you're saying.
fact, I think we need to be very deliberate about the kind of requests we make of the province. We are about to make a number of submissions about the City of Toronto Act. We are asking for significant funding and support for major transportation and housing projects. When we discuss issues with our colleagues at Queen's Park, we need to be serious players and be very deliberate and thoughtful about the kind of requests that we make of the province. To simply whip off these motions, I think we look foolish. It doesn't deliver anything. This isn't the way that we dialogue with our colleagues at Queen's Park, to simply just put these big public motions out there to tell them what to think about something like that. So please, let's just be done with this. Let's shoot this off into the solar system and just move on with our agenda.
I'd like to withdraw my motion to move it indefinitely.
So, thank you, Councillor Karygiannis, as he's withdrawing his motion. All those in favor to allow him to remove? He's withdrawing his recommendation, his motion to defer indefinitely. Against? He's withdrawing it. Okay, carries. Is following Councillor Marlow's comments, and that was the purpose of at the very beginning, that when I brought to your attention, all these recommendations, that it comes to the committee on a fly at the last minute, it's doing a total disservice to those that we're trying to serve to begin with. There is a lot of good work that's taking place behind the scenes, as you heard, and this is only hurting the whole thing to those that we're trying to serve. And I will strongly ask members of the committee, you know the rules, who the rules are. If you want any item to come forward, yeah, this is the committee to ask for reports. But do it properly, so those items can be part of the agenda where public notice is given to the public. The public has every right to speak and to be heard. And to try to circumvent the process by bringing items at the last second and trying to come from the back door, and is a total disservice to everyone. And that's something that I will not, believe me, that I will do everything in my power here and also at City Council not to allow this any longer. There is a process. City staff clearly indicated that the number of directives that they have in terms of bringing reports forward are tremendous. They are under tremendous pressure to comply with those directives, and we cannot keep on dumping on. So members of the committee, please, let's just, I think we have what it takes to keep moving, but what happened today, it's totally unacceptable, and it leaves a lot to be desired. So what I'm going to move, as I moved already, and just for clarification purpose, so we know exactly what we are doing here, that the committee receives the update, the update from city staff. We should say that that was the confidential update from staff as requested in the missive from Councillor Mamoliri.
I'm sorry? As requested in the communication that you had asked.
Yeah. So can we have that recommendation?
So that the city council gets the same update.
Can we display the? Can we display the recommendation, please?
Chairman, my purpose of the motion is so that city councillors have an opportunity to hear exactly what we've heard today. And by referring this off somewhere else or killing it, you're not giving the other councillors a chance to hear what we've heard today. So I would expect this motion to go to council. I hope that the intent is to do that.
Yeah, but you didn't, your recommendation was.
Well, I gave you my intent of the motion. That's enough. It should be reflected in the minutes that that's my intent. It's to go to council. They should report out the same way to other councillors as what we heard.
Recommendation, Councillor, was that your recommendation is to ask the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing Standards to provide the licensing committee with a brief update on the implementation and enforcement of the aforementioned City Council direction. That was already done. You heard it loud and clear. We all did.
Mr.
I don't know
Chairman,
what
the
what else
council has
we
not,
want.
with all due respect, Mr. Chairman, I say this with all due respect. There has been activity from the city over the last few weeks. City Council has not, with all due respect, been privy to that information. Now, we've heard it as a committee, and I would suggest the rest of the councillors hear the same thing. That's it. That's what I'm asking for. I don't know why this becomes such a big deal.
That can be done via notice of motion of City Council. Okay, we have that before us. Is Mr. Deputy City Manager?
Can I try on this, Mr. Chair? The motion that we received, taken as it's presented, asked the Executive Director to give an update to Licensing Committee, which we did in camera, and we thought we would try and make sure that was crystal clear in what you adopted. That's the reason for that. If the councillor wants then to have that update presented to council, he can request that either through a motion to council separately, or he can recommend that this be received, which will mean it will go to council as a receipt item, and that can be then discussed at council. So it's really the onus is on the councillor to make an additional motion here or at council in terms of a motion to achieve the ends to which he's now speaking.
And again, with all due respect, a receipt motion doesn't carry it forward to council. It kills it here.
So if I could just say.
Yeah, I think the
So if I
clerk
could-
may have a solution to it.
If I could just say, I've had quite an extensive discussion earlier this week in the presence of the chair about what receipt motions mean. And when there's a communication that has a recommendation, much to my chagrin, because it wasn't my practice in other places, when there is a motion that contains a recommendation, which is the case here, that if it's received, it ends up going to council, and the clerk can confirm that.
Sorry, it's a little more complicated than that.
Yes, it is.
Yes, this motion that Councillor Palacio has moved will make the item will not go to council.
Right.
If Councillor Mamaliri wishes the item to go to council, then he should make a motion that City Council receive the item.
So based on what you've said, Mr. Chairman, your intent was to go to council with this receipt motion. I'd ask you to take the word receipt out of that and just give a briefing to council like we got today at the council meeting.
As a friendly amendment, I'll be more than willing to.
Okay, then I'm happy.
Okay, I'll prepare something that's...
Yeah.
Take the word receipt out of there and I'm happy.
Chair, can I move that friendly amendment?
I'm moving it. Okay, so we have the amendment there, and
You want me to start? Start the clock. Start the clock.
yeah, in the interest of time, while that minor amendment is being made there, can we just go to the next one with Councilor Janis?
Chair, I was going to make a motion that we fire Mr. Levy, but I can't do that here. Chair, I've shared with all of you a communication that I received yesterday, and I want to thank you for allowing me to put it forward. I think this is a communication of rather urgency. Uber has not taken into account that although they've been advised that they're operating illegally, they're reaching out to businesses and trying to partner up with them and doing all kinds of things in order to expand their businesses. I don't think that they don't get it, that they're illegal. I have a communication from Jared Chachter, I believe is his name, that says that to operations manager, that he is the operations manager at Uber. I'm hoping to connect with someone from over the phone this week in order to learn a little bit more about your company, the seniors transport landscape in Toronto, and it goes on. So I would say that I would like to share this communication with the executive director in order for her to take the necessary steps and to make sure that they are confronted with this. So I have a motion to make that the communication October 15, 2015 from Jared Schachter, submitted by myself, be referred to staff for consideration and appropriate action.
Great. Anyone else to speak on that?
I have a question for the mover.
Please.
Why couldn't you simply hand the communication to staff and ask them to do that? Why does this have to be a motion here at committee?
Vote against it.
Question. Question.
Councilor Maliri.
Would you be prepared to change your motion to include that City Council also get a copy of this? So
Definitely.
It's not just staff.
Definitely.
Yeah. Because it is going to council, I hope.
Definitely.
Okay.
No, this goes to city staff.
Well, I'm asking him to make amendment that the City Council also receive it.
No, you're, okay. You can.
You don't want councillors to have information?
So the recommendation is there.
What I'm understanding is that
There has been a lot of discussions just to come out with this recommendation, and if you want to vote in favor or against, that's your prerogative. So let's get on with that. And here we have a recommendation from Councilor Karygiannis.
And Josh is twittering.
Any more comments or discussions on, or speakers on this? If not, all those in favor of what's before us? Against? It carries.
Chair, recorded vote, please. I just want the public to know who voted against it.
Councilor Karygiannis is, you know the rules. Don't waste
never
time.
mind.
Just
All right,
ask
Chair.
once again. All those in favor, once again, Councilor Di Giorgio, De Vermaker, Palacio, Karygiannis, and Mamoliri. Against, Councilor Malo. Now we have my recommendation, that's as it refers to Councilor Mamoliri, is, did we make that amendment, please? And with that, we are done. No, that's not the one. So there we are. Okay. Yes. No, there is something to be cleaned there.
I have a question of the mover. I sort of, is your motion now,
Instead of receiving here, it's to send it to council for information.
and have the entire council briefed?
Get an in-camera briefing.
That,
I think that's, given the work that is being done by staff.
But your motion effectively uploads, I mean, our responsibilities are to be briefed by staff, and if fellow councillors want to come, they can attend, or we could certainly, if, invite them. But it's almost like saying we're not going to do our job, we're just going to send everything to council.
You can vote it against. Okay, let's get on with that.
Mr. Chair,
Councillor.
I think I'm going to ask you to rule that motion out of order. No, I won't. I'm just going to vote against it. I'll keep it simple.
Here is to give an update at the next council meeting, right?
That's right.
It doesn't give a date or anything, but it is at the next council meeting.
And at whatever point.
And it'll be in camera, obviously.
In camera, and that's,
Okay.
I believe that's, there is a lot of good work taking place behind the scenes from, with staff, and
Okay, thank you.
at whatever point, probably,
Yep.
I think members of council will be interested to know what's happening there.
Yes.
So that will be the intent of that. So all those, there you have, all those in favor? Against? It carries. Thank you. Can I have a motion to adjourn the meeting? I think we are done with it, with all the items. Is, no, we voted individually on each one. Okay. Is a motion to adjourn? Councillor De Vermeer, all those in favor? Against? Carry. Thank you.